dance called Jenu Kuruba. Thank you.
Hello. La 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 la. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a lovely tribal dance. The diversity of India never fails to amaze and surprise us. We'll get along with the conference conclave then. We We'll just take a moment to set up the stage, please. India Today Conclave, which is presented by the Government of Karnataka, Karnataka Forest Department, Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, Karnataka Forest Development Corporation, Karnataka State Forest Industries Corporation Limited, and Zoo Authority of Karnataka. Thank you very much. The conclave drives the mission of conservation and climate resilience, inspiring sustainable living to protect natural ecosystems and resources for a better environment, better tomorrow. Before we begin, I'd like to call on stage Deputy Chief Minister Shri D.K. Shivakumar. Please come, sir. Minister of Forest Ecology and Environment Shri Ishwar Khandre, and Mr. Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director Publishing India Today Group, for the lighting of the lamp, please. To please stay on stage. Shri Ishwar Khandre, please stay on stage, sir. And Raj sir, please begin with your introductory comments. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of India Today Group, let me extend a very, very warm welcome to all of you all for this special environment and sustainability conclave. And as you know, for me, Karnataka is my home state, and this is Garvapsi in some senses, as we say in Delhi. The beats of those tribal dancers that have actually come from my home district, Kodagu, the Jain Kurubas, from Nagarhole, and it's still rhythmic in us. I was trying to persuade Mr. Shivakumar and Mr. Khandre to come and do a little jig with us, but we're a little out of touch, I think, with our this thing. But we are certainly honored that Karnataka's dynamic Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. D.K. Shivakumar, took time off from his very busy schedule to agree to inaugurate this and give the keynote address. Mr. Shivakumar, as you know, wears several hats. Apart from being Deputy Chief Minister, he's also the Water Minister. He's also Bengaluru Town Planning and Urban District in charge. Let's give Mr. Shivakumar a very, very warm round of applause for this. As you know, the Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, was also supposed to be here, but because he's indisposed, he was not able to be present. He sends his good wishes, and we will miss his presence in this speedy recovery. I'm also, and for a speedy recovery. I'm also delighted to welcome Mr. Ishwar Khandre, the energetic Cabinet Minister for Forest, Energy and Environment. Very, very warm round of applause for this, please. That's because it is because of his initiative that India Today has convened this conclave. And as I was telling him as I came in, it is a sign of a very mature government that will look inside and even want criticism and critique from outside to come and guide Karnataka and the minister and, of course, the government on the way forward. Just a little bit, I do know Mr. Khandre's father, Bhimana Khandre, and I used to report in Karnataka way back, I shouldn't say when, But so in many senses, as I said, this is memories coming back to me. A lot of my old friends are here as well, and I give them a very warm welcome. The distinguished speakers who will join us, just to name a few, Raman Sukumar, Ravi Chelam, Naresh Narasimhan, a whole lot, Revath. You know, there's a whole lot of others that I should name, but if I've forgotten some, it's only because there's no time. All outstanding professionals and researchers on their own right and will contribute much to today's deliberation. Just to give you a sense of why it's so important that we are standing here, we know that we are in the most disruptive times in the world. We have seen what US President Donald Trump has talked about climate change, how he's withdrawing from all the agreements, including the World Health Organization. And we all know that our weather is changing. We do not have to listen to him. We all can feel that change. We can see that change. We can smell that change. We are all witness to what is happening to all of us. And you know, across India, across all the states, we can feel that difference. In fact, this morning, I landed very early in the morning at 1 o'clock over here, and I was saying, isn't it a bit warm in Bangalore? In February, normally you'd get that Bangalore chill, a little bit of mist coming. Maybe I'm too much of an old Bangalorean to, you know, for many of you all may not remember those days, but it used to be cold. I actually had a swim here, and it wasn't that cold. If you go to Delhi, where I'm staying now, again, it's unusually warm out there. So something is going wrong with our climate. We don't seem to understand. Look at the way the most powerful nation in the world, America, rejects the climate change agreement, even as we see fires burn in Los Angeles. And as we know, no power in the world can stop nature's fury. We have seen tornadoes, we have seen typhoons, we have seen tidal waves. We have seen very unusual weather across the country where we have droughts, heavy rainfall, unusual rainfall, floods. In my own hometown, Kodagu, just a couple of years ago, we had massive floods, unheard of, where houses collapsed, people lost their lives, their livelihoods. And all across India, this has become a problem. So, but I mean, that's the negative side of what is happening, and therefore we are here. But let me also compliment my home state, because I happen to, not just because I'm here, but I think I've covered the entire country in terms of environment. And I can say with certainty, though some of my colleagues may disagree, that there is no state in India than Karnataka that has such rich and varied biodiversity, whether it's forests, wildlife, flora and fauna, and of course, agroclimatic zones. So there is much to protect. On this dais, I was just thinking, there is, you know, if I look across, I come from Malnad region, Kodagu. You come from, sir, Bangalore South, Kanakpura. You, sir, are up in the North Karnataka. And if you look, my colleague Nagaraj is also, Nagarjun Soro, he's from Shimoga. So if you look at the climatic zones in each of these places, we have very rich tropical forests, fantastic rivers. The Kaveri River supports the entire lifestyle of this side. North Karnataka, of course, Krishna, Brahma, all these other rivers. And if you see the wildlife that is there, I'm sure many of you all have done. I had the privilege, if I remember, and a lot of those colleagues are here that helped me through understanding Karnataka's wildlife, whether we were seeing tigers in Bandipur, the elephants in Nagarhole. We have Raman Sukumar here to tell us more about it. And I hear, sir, in Kanakpura now there are elephants coming into your territory, and that is something we need to look at. If you take a look across at the magnificent, across in North Karnataka, if you ever went there, and I remember covering an event in Gulbarga, and I was coming back from this village. Those days there were not many roads and everything else. And out of the blue, I mean, this is just a scrub and thorn jungle, and there was this fantastic black buck. If you've ever seen a black buck run, it was faster than any train or the fastest racing car that was there. It just sped across, and like all of nature, it is just fleeting moments that you capture, whether you see, if you've ever seen the hornbill, the giant Malabar hornbill, sometimes they come to this side of the Western Ghats. And again, this prehistoric beast, if you see the wings, their wingspans are huge. The plume, the beak, I mean, you cannot, for a moment, describe the pleasure you get out of it. All this Karnataka has, and much, much more. If you look at some of the other things, like rivers, I know quite close to Kanakpura, of course, we have the Shivasamudram Falls. If you ever go there and see that, the other day I went to Baba Budangari Hills. Sorry if my pronunciation's wrong, but in Chikmagalur, where they have that Neelkurunji blooms every once in 12 years. And my wife and I flew in from Delhi just to go across that and enjoy the beauty of those hills. So there is so much to preserve that we have in Karnataka, and therefore when I talk of Karnataka, it is ahead of everybody when it comes to flora and fauna, and it does, of course, face enormous challenges. Let's be very clear about that. But Karnataka, like Bangalore, if you recall, Bangalore is the city of the future, continues to be. It set the model for the country. Karnataka is a state which has one of the highest per capita incomes, one of the most educated populace, and Karnataka should be the state of the future for environment. That's why I congratulate the Karnataka government, Mr. Kandre and others, for actually organizing this. Because I think what we have today, the deliberations we do today, the blueprint that we give could set the pace for Karnataka as well as show the way for the nation during this very troubled time in terms of climate change. Now let me just talk a little bit about the negative and then we'll come back to this, just to highlight a few points that we will do. I do remember when I first started my career, as we say, a cub reporter, the first story I wrote was disastrous pollution in Bangalore. And this was way, way back when Devraj was chief minister. Of course, my cousin or co-brother was the chief engineer of Bangalore Water Supply and Sewerage Board, and he was most upset with me. I think as his son is here as well, because he was handling this situation. But from that time onwards, we have seen the decline of Bangalore, one of the best city, the jewel in not only Karnataka but in India, see a major decline. Whether you go to the Rishabhavati River now, if you cross, go towards Mysore, look at the Arkavati River, it's a sad story, very much like Yamuna in Delhi. There are things that needs to be done. Of course, in 1983, when I came to Bangalore, we put it as the boom city. Bangalore was the fastest growing city, and I'm saying Bangalore because that time it was called Bangalore. Unfortunately, 40 years later, I had to write a piece which said Bangalore city going bust. And we all know what the problems are. I don't have to outline them. There's the wonderful garden city now is, of course, has high levels of air pollution, suffers from traffic jams. There's also water shortage and an explosion of population and vehicles and construction. We have Mr. Shivakumar here, Deputy Chief Minister. He's taken a lot of initiatives on this front since he's taken over. And we look forward to hearing your visions, Mr. Shivakumar, on these matters in Bangalore and other issues, particularly water, which you're looking at. Of course, let's turn to Mr. Kandre in a few minutes on the challenges that he faces. And one of the things I was very interested, I saw a couple of, sorry, is this humming a bit? Yeah. One of the issues you highlighted when someone asked you a question, one of the MLAs, I think, asked you a question about river pollution in Karnataka. And your reply was stunning. You didn't hold back your answers. You said that all the major rivers in Karnataka suffer from high levels of pollution. And when you look at that biodegradable levels, you said all of them exceeded it. So this is a tragedy that we all have to be concerned about. We've also seen, as I mentioned earlier, the problems of human-animal conflict. That is increasing. There might be two reasons. One, we're decreasing forests very rapidly. And the other is, of course, because of excellent protection, some of these sanctuaries might be, getting more population, and they are coming in conflict with it. There is a need to sort out some of those issues. And if you look at Bangalore also, you will see that, and Mr. Kandre had talked about it also, there are major steps that Mr. Kandre has taken in terms of what he's planning to do and has done for both river pollution as well as forest encroachments and others. We'd like to listen to him. Let me conclude by saying that, as I said earlier, that we've put together this host of all experts that are there. At the end of the day, we hope to have a blueprint of change so that Karnataka is the future for India in terms of environment, sustainability, and climate change. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And Thank you. Thank you. May I now request Mr. Kandre to give you a few introductory remarks. Mr. Kandre, and let's give him a very warm round of applause. And then we'll have Mr. Shivakumar deliver his keynote address.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to welcome the Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka State, who could not make it to here today because of his ill health, and the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka State, and distinguished journalist Sri Raj Changapaji, and we have our colleague MLAs, Sri A.S. Ponnanna, Sri Mantar Gowda, and Sri Mehroz Khan. And also, I would like to, the organizer of this function, Sri Nagarjun, Sri Manoj Sharmaji, and respected dignitaries, delegates who have all come here, and also our head of forest force, Sri Subhash Malked, and all the forest and environment officers here. Thank you, India Today Group, for inviting me to this all-important conclave on conservation and climate change resilience that we have organized in association with Karnataka's Forest Department, Pollution Control Board, and other Forest Department boards. I am pleased to be here this morning amongst this august gathering of brilliant minds, some of the best in their chosen fields. I would also like to thank the organizers for choosing Bengaluru as the host city for this key event, the prime mover of a nation's growth story in the new millennia. When the idea of this conclave was floated to me by the organizers and I was asked if I could speak in it, I was a little apprehensive. I conveyed to them that I would be happy to speak, but only if they let me highlight the real issues and the prospective solutions for resolving those issues instead of just sticking to what's politically correct, as is the practice in the media circles these days. That's when they conveyed to me that this platform is of consequence to the broad audience, both demographically and geographically, who can be reached out with correct information about what our government has done with regards to conservation and climate change resilience in the last 18 months and what is our plan for the next 42 without any biased coverage. Thanks to that assurance and the efforts of the organizers, I am standing here in front of you, fine people, and delivering this talk this morning. In fact, I would like to share an interesting anecdote about how our Honorable Chief Minister agreed to come to this conclave and address it, in spite of his busy schedule as the budget 2025 is on the horizon. When I invited him for the event, he was busy with the preparation of the budget as he holds the finance portfolio and other pressing concerns of the state. When I mentioned how this conclave about environment conservation and building resilience is quite important from the conservation standpoint, he readily agreed to be a part of it. That is the level of commitment our Chief Minister has towards the state, its people, and the environment. Also, when I approached our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister with the invite for the event, he too readily agreed to be a part of it, as he has been an avid environmentalist, quite concerned about the forest and the wilderness areas of our state. Thank you, both of you, for gracing this occasion with your gracious presence. It's an honor and a privilege for all of us. We, as the Forest Department of Karnataka State, have been able to achieve remarkable things in the last 20 months of my tenure as the Forest and Ecology and Environment Minister of the State of Karnataka. I would like to highlight some of the key achievements before I dwell deeper into the topic, that is Green Karnataka, balancing ecology in a high-growth state, on which I am supposed to give the talk on. In my tenure, we have taken up the issue of plantation of saplings and afforestation very seriously and have achieved remarkable progress in that sphere. We planted 5.48 crore saplings in 2023, followed by 3 crore in 2024, to go with a plan to plant 3 crore saplings this year and about 7 crore in 2026. Our aim is to improve the forest green cover of the state from around 21 to 22% now to 25% by the end of 2028. We have been working very diligently to recover enclosed forest lands across the state and have been quite successful thus far, recovering thousands of acres of land worth hundreds of crores of rupees, all thanks to the work of my team, my bureaucrats, and my officers, amply supported by our Honorable CM and Honorable Deputy CM. We have been working hard to improve the conditions of the water bodies and wetlands across the state, including trying to minimize the excess usage of POP, especially during the Ganesh festival, when all the POP is dumped in the water bodies, deteriorating their condition. We have been running a crusade against the manufacture and usage of single-use plastics with a micron size below the standards prescribed by the Government of India. We have been very successful thus far, and we hope to continue in the same way in the future as well. But before I go any further with my string of words, but dwelling deeper into the topic, I would like to invite the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, our Captain, Deputy Chief Minister Shri D.K. Shivkumarji, to grace the occasion with his words and wisdom. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I now request the Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, to give us the inaugural address. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Shivkumar.
Good afternoon to all of you.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಕೈಗಾರಿಕಾ ನಿಗಮ ನಿಯಮಿತ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಕೈಗಾರಿಕಾ
They are not giving greetings, they are showing high-rise buildings, which is against nature. Anyway, my colleague Mr. Ishwar Kandre, Mr. Raj Changappa, my colleagues Mr. Punana and Mr. Mantar Gowda, who is in thick of forest representing to assembly where you all love Kurg. They also have been here. Lot of great personality who love Bengaluru have come here to contribute their big strength to Bengaluru and guide Karnataka and the government. First, I would like to thank all of you for coming to Bengaluru. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to India Group today. You have been a pioneer to help all sections of the society. I have been watching India Today from my younger days. You have a big history and lot of ethical and moral values. So many media groups have changed in their strategy, but I'm sure India Group has still maintained the credibility, loyalty to the nature, loyal to the country, and that has been I could see. Anyway, you are the voice of the nature today. You are the voice of the society. You are the voice of the environment. So you have made us to sit here. I could see in various occasions in your magazines and print media and electronic media also. Even a lot of young children look at you and your debates which is going on. And the businessmen who are the backbone of the society, who create more employment also, have been looking that you take a very neutral stand. And this is an institution which has not been backed by political linked business group. So I would like to thank you. So I decided, when I was just avoiding various groups, I don't want to tell that, but since this subject was very close to my heart, though we were very busy, I thought that I will join here. Today you give us some tribal dance before we entered. That is nature. We all love nature. Bangalore has been called a garden city earlier. Now all of us hesitate to call, but I have also traveled all over the country. Even I have traveled different parts of the country, but still Bangalore is better than other country in various aspects. You can't match culture of Bangalore, weather of Bangalore or Karnataka to any place in India. That's I can take a bet on this. I can discuss on this. Not that I'm a Bangalore minister, I'm representing Karnataka, being a minister here. But as a Karnataka, as a Bengaluru, still we can't avoid the population. I was the urban development minister about 20 years back, 24 years, 25 years back. The population was 70 lakhs. Now it is 1.4 crores. 1.1 lakh vehicles are traveling in Bangalore. I was just few days in Delhi. 1.1 crore. I was just in Delhi. Delhi traffic is not less than Bangalore. It is more than Bangalore. But the media is, because India is, Bangalore is seen from the world through, India is seen through Bangalore because of the IT, the startups, the medical hub, the quality of education, whatnot. As EV started, on electronic EV, we are the policy makers. On various issues, we are number one. We are having a global investors meet from 11th to 14th. We have target about some 10 lakh crores for the investment. But I could see that. I was just discussing with my friends yesterday. I think 60-70% of the finance is coming on renewable energy. You know that in Bangalore, in Karnataka, when I was looking after power, Delhi was shocked to see how I could make out this concept between the sun and the soil. How sun can be exploited. That is in nature. Today in all our houses, I think 15-20 years back I could see in a small glass of a small empty glass, people used to keep a money plant in it. I think I hope you remember. Where you don't have garden, but still you want to see green. Now those days also have gone. Now we are trying to place an artificial plants. We are with nature. We would like to be with nature. Spaces have come down. All of are going taller. We can't expand. Rivers can't, you can't bring more water. If you create more green environment, then only you can have more river, more water. So this is what you have to look at. Today you have called me to tell what Bangalore is, what Bangalore can, what this environment can be created. Today I could see a lot of various experts on various issues who have been joining here. When I took over the president of the Congress party, Mr. Ishwar Khandre was my working president. When we took over, I said one thing. Joining together is the beginning. Thinking together is the progress. Working together is the success. I'm sure today you all have joined. I could see various subjects. Lot of discussions will be taking place on this balancing of ecology and about how this on wildlife, on issues, how environment can be, what is the future, man-animal conflict, lot of issues which will be discussed. But I want you to give a full picture, looking at the economic condition of the state. You can suggest anything, but whether those things can be implemented or not is important. Financial section is important. Now we can give a lot of suggestions. Suggestions are very easy. Coming into practicality is very difficult. So I'm sure we are finding very difficult, but still I'm trying to tell, I can't change overnight. Bengaluru is not a well-planned city like New Delhi or Chandigarh or anything. It is an old city. Even not like Chennai. It did not have widened roads, though it had shown this one. Apart from last 40-50 years, though Kempegowda had a very big vision, but still we are trying to make it up. Last 1.5 years, still I could not do anything which comes on the ground. Though I have a lot of plan, looking at how I can make a traffic problem sort out. Solid waste management issue is there. Water issue is there. Just now with lot of difficulty, I could see that this 5th stage of water could come. Last summer we faced lot of problem. Now again I am planning again for the 6th stage, how we can bring water, Kaveri water back to Bangalore. Recently, last 10, 12 years, we could not see that any water flown in, out of Etinole. But again, with my political will and with the support of my colleague, where we had a lot of forest problems, we could sort out, and I am just trying to bring water from Etinole out. Just only for 3 months, 24 TMC of water will be brought. Again, as soon as I took over this portfolio, I added 6 more TMC of water to Bangalore. Somehow readjusted the entire system, because I know that Bangalore, without water, you can't do anything. So again, we are just looking at the population. You can't stop people coming to Bangalore. Why people come to cities? It is only for education and employment. Only these 2 things are there, and the health care. Now any government has to look at how you can stop these people. That is why I decided, I had a big discussion with my colleagues and my party. We should see that we should have 2,000 schools from the CSR, not from the government. Because more than 8,000 crores CSR funds is being collected in Bangalore itself. They are looking at other different parts, giving to various social organizations, doing something and all. It is not wasteful. So I decided, I have requested, and a committee has been set under my leadership, and some of my ministers are there. We want 2,000 schools, not in towns, not in city, not in district. We want in the panchayat level, where a public school on the CBSE or ICSE model will be there at the panchayat level. When the schools are there at the panchayat level, the population, any parent, you have a staff, you have a driver, you have a household staff. Our desire is to see that the children will be highly educated than what you are or what we are. So the parents' desire is to see that they will have a good quality education. I came to Bangalore because of education. I did not come for anything. Only for education, my parents put me there. I never go back. Not even once a year I go back to my village. This is the situation for everyone. Lot of judges were discussing on the High Court to go to Gulbarga, go to Dharwad. We had a big debate with all these judges. None of the lawyers who have come from outside Bangalore, who come to Bangalore, they didn't want to go back to Gulbarga or didn't want to go back to Dharwad. Even Mr. Here, our Purana is here. His father, he never went back. He is from Kurk. Only to represent, he has gone there now. His office is here, he is here only. I am telling the example. So everyone wants Kaveri water, everyone wants this culture, everyone wants their good life, and a lot of things are there. But anyway, we have to protect. See, we look at nature, we are looking at artificial greenery. We look at environment, we want clean air. How Delhi is suffering. But still, we have to, with all your support, I am telling you, I know the traffic problem, what we are facing. Solid waste management. I am just trying to, there is a big lobby in these issues. I am telling a lot of courts interference are there on various tenders we took place. I wanted to see that more than 10 power plants we gave on waste to solid waste management to generate power with the solid waste management. All 10, 11 have failed, I am telling you. Not even a single has been successful. When I was in power minister, we gave, okay, take some, we'll give good price, good PPA. None of them could succeed. So I have traveled to Hyderabad, I have seen in Chennai, I have seen in Delhi. Now I have decided only the CNG is only the option. And I have identified 4 places in Bangalore with 100 acres of land which is around. Lot of complications are there. But still, I have not been able to successful. But my planning is ready on that issue. What may come, I have decided. I know that water and underground water. See, last year, 7,000 borewells dried in Bangalore. 7,000 borewells. Lot of difficulty of this. There was a big gang going on with this water tankers. They were collecting 2,000 rupees instead of 400, 500 rupees. Now and then I tried to make a cap on that. Now I am trying to fill all those tanks, rejuvenating it, keeping it, see that at least water table should be their alternative for Bangalore. So a lot of my friends also have advised, who are sitting, some of them have advised on various development. We are just looking at. So keeping at nature is important. Today I would like to request all of you to advise us in a very professional way, which we can implement. We are open. Though we have a lot of things We have been planning on this to change the image of Bangalore. We know a lot of flyovers have to come, metro, mobility issue. We are adding up metro, investing a lot of this one, flyovers, more than 130 kilometers of flyovers we are adding. I have just planned to spend almost 80 to 1 lakh crore, especially on urban development in Bangalore. I don't want to discuss. My Chief Minister was kind enough, almost 50,000 crores he has agreed to be a government guarantee to take a lot of loans, especially on this tunnel, on this water issue, on this flyover, on this peripheral ring road. But still we have to, and lot of documentation, these kata issues, lot of things are there. It is not a small, easy job. But I have taken this Bangalore development portfolio and irrigation portfolio on passion. I have to contribute something to Bangalore. I am from this Bangalore district. I am a part of this Kempegowda clad which is there. So I should, if I never contribute something to Bangalore after Krishna, Mr. Kempegowda built Bangalore. Kengalam built Vidhan Soda. Krishna brought Bangalore to the international map. I thought that I should also contribute something to Bangalore. That is why I have taken this responsibility. So we are already linking and thinking of interlinking the water issue, see that more greenery, more forest. We are trying to fill many tanks in the state, not only one, many tanks, more than 1,600 tanks we are trying to fill. It may be a small tank, a big tank. My budget is only about 21,000 was there, now it is 16,000 on irrigation. When taking the capital works, it adds up to only 6,000 crores. In that we have to do. Earlier government with lot of, including all the sections of government, we have given, the budget is only 16,000 crores. We have given 1 crore, 1 lakh, 10,000 crores works. The contractors finds 5 years, 4 years, 3 years to get back his money. Lot of issues are. But still Bangalore is Karnataka is a well-disciplined state. After Siddaramaiah took over, he is trying to, there is lot of pressure for him. But now we also took a very bold decision to see that after the price rise, somehow we wanted to help a common man. Gas price was very high, petrol, diesel was very high. They were not able to, salaries could not increase. We took up a very bold decision to see that 56,000 crores we give to a common man so that at least he lived happily. He can somehow, we know that it is a different. All our MLAs may fight that development. Development is going on. Every assembly segment we are giving about 200 to 250 crores every year for these activities. Anyway, I do not take to deviate much, but please guide us today. Apart from me giving this inaugural speech or opening this, I want your final book so that it should be a big, how we believe our constitution keeping us, so that your India conclave today, whatever you suggest, whatever you discuss, whatever you elaborate, let us keep it at, I think my officers also, especially in the Forest and Environment Department, very capable, competent officers there. Last 20, 25 years, the things was different. Now they have changed. No, they never allow even our cattle to enter the forest. Forest encroaching. That they have tried to maintain, make it very strong. They have kept the balance. Though Karnataka is the second largest state after Rajasthan, which has a big land pool, but still we have to try more agriculture facilities, more greenery, better the nature. More, I think, in India, this Bangalore is growing well on floriculture and agriculture, lot of things. Earlier, there was days when we used to import lot of food commodities from outside the India, but now we are exporting. Bangalore is exporting. We are exporting fruits. We are that means green revolution is taking a very big shape. When more the greener, more the bigger the environment. I am sure today you will all look at all these aspects. You please guide us. We are very open to it. Nothing is closed to us. We are ready to take any type of suggestion which can be implemented. I wish you all the best, especially India Group. I believe in Panipat, I had gone for a Bharat Jodo Yatra. One of your reporters asked me on the election. I said, you noted 136. So boldly you took up whatever I announced, you announced it. Now we are on there. I think with all your support and blessings, let us continue to work together. I am sure we will change Bangalore, not immediately. It takes some time, I need your blessings. Thank you.
Let's give Mr. Shivkumar a very, very warm round of applause. You have seen the candor with which he's spoken, the maturity, the willingness to learn from others. That's the kind of quality that leadership is and the futures. Thank you very much, Mr. Shivkumar, for this.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to request the speakers to stay on stage for a bit and invite Chief Executive Officer, India Today Magazine's Manoj Sharma to give a token of our appreciation. Manojji, is he not here? Nagarjun Dwarkanath, I invite you on stage, please, to hand over a token of our appreciation. He's India Today Bureau South Chief. Our next session is Green Karnataka, balancing ecology in a high growth state. And I'd like to call on stage, he's already here actually, the Minister of Forest, Ecology and Environment, Shri Eshwar Khandre, for a keynote address. And with him in conversation is my colleague Nagarjun Dwarkanath, Editor, South Bureau, India Today. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you.
Respected dignitaries and delegates, first of all, I would like to welcome Sri Darshan Devanarayan, my colleague friend MLA, who is attending this conclave. Coming back to the topic of my talk, let me start by informing all of you as to how global warming, greenhouse effect, or climate change is a harsh reality of our times, which cannot be wished away as just any other occurrence and needs to be mitigated with tailored solutions for our collective survival as a whole on this planet of ours. Its vagaries, which are slowly but surely being felt by us in the form of globally disruptive biological, climatological, hydrological and seismological events, is no coincidence, and neither is the increase in the frequency of their occurrence or the increase in the magnitude of their disruptive and destructive potential. Changes in global climatic patterns is actually a naturally occurring phenomena which has been ongoing for as long as we have had life on our planet. We have had periodic shifts in the global climatic patterns, which has always been a slow and controlled process without having much of an effect on the life on Earth, except when it has led to mass extinction events. These events, when they had occurred in the past, had wiped out almost all the life on our planet, thanks in part to the extreme changes in the climate conditions and the resultant consequences. Though rare, These events have occurred in the past and can occur in the future as well, putting our entire existence under threat. More importantly, if we are not careful and if we don't do anything to mitigate the issues arising out of the rapidly changing climatic conditions around the globe, irrespective of the geography today, we might have to face calamitous and disruptive events of unprecedented scale in the near future. As global climatic system is highly complex and sensitive with its own dynamics, any kind of forced changes or disruptions leading to the disturbance of the complex and delicate balance between the global ecological system and the global climatic system leads to these events, some of which have already started to experience, albeit with alarming frequency of occurrence across the globe in the last few decades. Earthquakes, tsunamis, heat waves, droughts, floods, cyclones, wildfires, etc. have become the order of the day as they impact all life on Earth like never before, exposing our vulnerability and in turn our preparedness to deal with these disruption-causing events. Our adaptability and mitigation efforts in the near future will determine how we survive and thrive in spite of these forced changes. In fact, the forced changes in the global climatic conditions has not only caused havoc in our civilized world, but it has impacted the natural sustenance cycle of almost all the species of flora, fauna, and microorganisms in our planet. The effects have been so acute on some of the species that they are already on the path to extinction. Some others, especially some microorganisms, have started to evolve in a dangerous way to be able to adapt to the forced changes being brought about by climatic change. This adaptation has led to a change in the way they interact with other species, including us. This change in the interaction, my friends, is the very reason why we have been facing various biological events of late, more commonly known as the outbreak of infections. The frequency and magnitude of the outbreaks of these infections, some of which can be civilization level threatening like COVID-19 or H1N1 viral outbreak, are only going to increase in the future as the adaptation and the mutation cycle becomes more hurried in the microorganisms, which unfortunately is going to become deadlier for us and a challenge to our collective survival. And yet, we are not working with alacrity and earnestness, which is now how we have to, and which is also need the hour when it comes to climate change mitigation, effective disaster management, or building resilience. Human beings as a species have always aspired for betterment. It is this quest that is ushered in this wonderful technological revolution, where pretty much everything is in the realm of possible. But to be able to achieve this level of finesse, we have severely compromised our environment, degraded it thoroughly, and are consuming our finite resources at a breakneck speed without thinking about it tomorrow. Your tomorrow, my tomorrow, or children's tomorrow, tomorrow and their children's tomorrow. It is as if we don't care about having a tomorrow at all. Not for all us, not for the people around us, and certainly not for the future generation whatsoever. In fact, when it comes to consumption of resources, we have consumed more of them in the last half a decade than the entire history of humankind put together. The most pertinent amongst all of those resources being the carbon-based fossil fuels, the energy prime movers of our growth story, and also the very reason for the rise in the mean global temperatures. Carbon dioxide and methane released from the combustion of the fossil fuels tend to work as the greenhouse gases, trapping the atmospheric heat and radiation, resultantly increasing the surface mean temperature of our planet, the biggest reason behind climate change and all its ills. Our beloved state, Karnataka, has always been highly susceptible to the adverse effects of climate change, all thanks to its unique geography. Also, the fact that a huge chunk of demography is reliant for its sustenance and economic growth on climate-intensive sectors such as agriculture, horticulture, forestry, animal husbandry, fisheries, etc., doesn't really augur well for the state in the long run if we don't have a proper mitigation plan and work towards capacity building and resilience. In fact, our state has already started feeling the adverse effects of climate change in the last few years, as there has been a marked and noticeable change in the rainfall patterns across the state, with quite a few areas coming under rainfall deficit and drought-prone category. Bidar, the northernmost district of the state, and I come from, has been experiencing periodic droughts for a while now, which has been having a very bad adverse impact on the livelihood patterns of the local demography. Almost all the sectors in the district have been adversely impacted because of that. Though we are trying our best to help improve the situation, it will take a while before we are able to effectively counter the impacts on the grassroots level and build resilience amongst our populace, as reversing the impacts of climate change need a lot of training, time, and resources. In fact, not just weather, but the effects of climate change are expected to further alter the distribution of resources, change livelihood patterns, damage socio-economic systems, and diminish functionality and quality of life in other parts of our state as well as in the near future, leading to disruptions which can potentially negate the developmental gains the state has made over a very long time, all thanks to the perseverance and the hard work of its people. In fact, the situation in our capital city of Bengaluru isn't very rosy either. Of late, our beloved city and the Silicon Valley of East, known as the world over as one of the most beautiful cities and probably one of the best places to live in until the turn of the century, has been impacted severely by the impacts of climate change. A very well-planned and well-built city, Bengaluru has been the prime mover of IT and BT economic growth in our country for many years now. Thanks to the labor-intensive nature of work in these sectors, people from all over the country have moved to our city in the thousands for employment and for better prospects for themselves and their families, which led to a massive surge in the demand for more living spaces, leading to severe depletion of green cover across the city, along with putting a severe strain on the water resources, pushing it to precarious position. The change in the rainfall patterns due to the vagaries of climate change didn't help the situation either. This led to transformation of Bengaluru from a planned and model environmentally sustainable city built to accommodate a certain rate of human population growth over a period of time to an inorganically dense and unsustainably ever-growing urban jungle with a myriad of concrete structures catering to a size of populace far beyond what it was designed to accommodate space and resource-wise. In fact, the rate of growth has been so spectacular that the need for the space and resources has increased sixfold in the last 25 years alone. Everything has changed in a very short span of time, which wasn't planned for by the planners of the past when they designed this place. Neither did they take into consideration the vagaries of climate change. They may have never imagined that the growth of the city would be so spectacular, so striking and so unsustainable that we have gone from being one of the best cities in the world to being a city with endless traffic jams, depleting groundwater tables, degrading environment, and unsustainable growth in an unusually short span of time, just 25 years to be precise, and this is just a small snapshot of the issues that we face collectively as Bangaloreans today. When I was sworn in as the Minister of Forest Ecology and Environment for the state of Karnataka, I made it a priority to understand how to go about controlling the degradation process and how to help rejuvenate our ecosystems across the state. Of all the places, Bengaluru was and continues to be the biggest challenge for the Forest Department and my dedicated team, who was striving hard to make a difference. Many aspects came to fore when we started working on the problems clogging our city, and some of the most pertinent ones which we face are unregulated and illegal constructions, improper water, sewerage and sanitation systems, encroachment, pollution and draining of multiple lakes and other water bodies in and around Bengaluru city, mushrooming of multiple highly polluting industries in the vicinity of the city which don't follow environmental norms, deforestation and subsequent encroachment of forest areas both in and around the city, depleting groundwater tables, improper waste handling and management, along with the pollution being caused by vehicular exhaust. While some of these issues have a direct connection with my ministry, others do not. I don't have the mandate to do anything about them, but the ones which we can do something about, we intend to make a big difference. Also, before I move to highlighting our achievements thus far and taking about our plans for the future, I couldn't help but ponder over a very important question. Development for whose sake and at what cost? In the year 1987, the United Nations Brundtland Commission defined sustainability as meeting the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. I want to emphasize on the line, without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. I was wondering if you are even concerned about this all-important aspect that is very definition of sustainability. When we talk about progress, economic development, socio-demographic justice, modernization, or for that matter, the rate of growth of the nation's GDP and its overall economic prosperity, Sustainable development is not an isolated concept, but it is a holistic approach to development, which makes optimum use of the resources to cater to the needs of the populace. While leveraging and integrating technology with the best practices models, do not just take care of the prosperity and well-being of a generation, but the generations to come. It is pertinent to note that sustainable development is and has to be a holistic approach to the growth model with emphasis on aspects of environment conservation, resource conservation, energy conservation, best practices, recycle, reuse component, and the all-important carbon neutral approach to every cyclic process within the model. Only when we integrate these components into the model, we work towards a future where we grow along with safeguarding the ability of the future generations to grow while also meeting their own needs. Last month, I gave an important talk on climate change mitigation and a policy dialogue on climate action and monitoring here in Bengaluru, where the need for an effective action plan to combat climate change was discussed at large amongst the stakeholders and the policymakers from the various governmental institutions and other organizations. Over there, all the speakers were emphasizing on the idea of sustainable development coupled with a good mitigation plan to combat climate change being our only chance to continue existing and having a future on this planet as a species. They weren't too off the mark either as far as climate change is concerned, as the situation is deteriorating with each passing year and may soon cross the threshold of no return, after which our hands will be forced to work on these aspects anyway without luxury of having time on our hands. Thus, any good sustainability model of today should include mitigation plan to combat climate change, a plan for conservation of natural resources, a plan to promote eco-friendly practices, a plan to drive innovation, and a plan to encourage the adoption of best practices by all, along with monitoring model to gauge the effectiveness of the implementation of the overall sustainability model to our society. Although its importance cannot be overstated, a good sustainability model is crucial for ensuring a balanced relationship between environmental stewardship, economic prosperity, and social equity, though many a times this important aspect is overlooked by the planners of the future policymakers. Not only will good sustainability model help us with key environment management aspects, but a good implementable model with a reach on a global scale has the real possibility to make a difference in other spheres as well. A good sustainability model can help us with aspects like eradication of poverty on a global scale, ensuring global food security, promoting healthy lives across ages across the world, the preservation of social and cultural heritages of all demography, etc., ultimately ensuring a prosperous future of all generations to come. Our country, India, is the fastest growing large economy in the world. The strong economic growth is driven by robust public and private participation model and a strong service sector base. India's young and educated labor force places us at a distinct demographic advantage which needs to be further harnessed. For harnessing the same, it is imperative that this rate of growth includes all people everywhere. This is where sustainable development goals of the SDGs become important. India's commitment to sustainable development goals since adopting the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development is reflected in its concerted efforts on SDG localization, spearheaded by Niti Aayog, which works closely with the states and the union territories of our country. It is pertinent to note that India's achievements with regards to SDGs are critical for global success, thanks to its major share in the world's economic growth story. Thus, the overall SDG score of our country, which is 71 for the year 2023-24, up from 66 in 2020-21 and 57 in 2018-19, is a significant development. Also, I am pleased to announce that Karnataka is one of the front runners on the SDG score index in our country with a score of 75 for the year 2023-24. Our state achieving the SDG score it has achieved is no coincidence, as various organizations have been working in tandem with the governmental institutions to achieve this remarkable feat for many years now. While industrial growth is vital for the economic development of any nation, we must approach it with a sense of responsibility. The Government of India has set an ambitious target for the manufacturing sector, enabling it to contribute 25% of the national GDP and to create 100 million jobs for the next decade. However, this sort of process requires rapid industrialization while overlooking all other aspects, but this rapid industrialization should not come at the cost of our environment. We must balance economic growth with environmental sustainability by addressing key risks such as pollution, resource overuse, and waste management. Today, monitoring the Karnataka State Action Plan on climate change is crucial for ensuring that the state's climate strategies are being implemented effectively and are delivering the intended results. The KSA-PCC has created a roadmap for building climate resilience and mitigating climate-related risks which without a robust monitoring mechanism can become difficult to assess and to determine whether those goals are being achieved. Regular monitoring is a key as it allows the stakeholders to track progress, identify implementation gaps, and adjust strategies wherever necessary to ensure that Karnataka stays on course to meet its climate objectives. Monitoring also enhances transparency, accountability, and evidence-based decision-making process, ensuring that the interventions are effective and resources are utilized optimally. In my tenure up till now as the Forest Ecology and Environment Minister of the State of Karnataka, I always strive to improve the working of the various departments, boards and corporations within my ministry and to inculcate the best possible practices for environment conservation, protection and for combating the ever-looming threat of climate change. We have been able to achieve some key objectives with regards to the same and some are yet to be. Amongst the multiple aspects we have working on the environment degradation issue in the urban built environments is something we haven't had a big breakthrough with. Although we have been looking at various options we have at hand, most of them aren't really helping the situation as we would have liked them to. Amongst the options, the green building concept is something that we have been looking at very seriously and are trying to understand and evaluate how well it can be integrated into our system and how it can help us reverse the trend and achieve our sustainable development objectives. But before we dwell further into the concept, let me tell you a bit about the green building concept. I don't want to go into detail because time is short. We are already running out of time. So, I would like to finally, in a bustling metropolis like Bengaluru, it is easier said than done when we talk about improving the urban infrastructure without the consequence of resultant environmental degradation. While many other concepts which have been implemented in the past have either failed or have not been able to get us breakthrough, I have a feeling that this concept of properly worked upon and implemented can be a game changer. But to be able to realize its true potential, we will have to work on three major aspects of this concept that can make it more appealing to the stakeholders. The very people who are directly going to be involved are going to be affected as a consequence of the implementation of this concept, who not only hold the aces but can make all the difference between this concept working well or fading out. Those three concepts are change in policy and rules, training of stakeholders, implementation and monitoring. These concepts are interconnected and need the other for their efficient and effective working, thus making the system a closed loop, wherein everybody plays their part, including the processes and the resources management by cycle in synchronous with each other to give us the best possible results. This concept, if implemented well, can not only help us with our sustainable development and urban degradation management objectives, but also the aspects of global warming, vulnerability reduction, hazards management, and disaster risk reduction. Also, I would like to highlight some of the other key achievements of our government and my ministry in the last 20 months of our tenure in ushering in sustainable and equitable development in Karnataka state. We have attracted massive investments as FDI for the foreign direct investment in the state in this government's tenure up till today, and we rank amongst the top 2-3 states in the country in this time period when compared with all other states. We have successfully implemented the 5 guarantees given by us to the people of the state, and everybody is commending us for the job well done. The ease of doing business has significantly improved in the state when compared to the past regimes, and it has led to more companies and organizations coming here to set up shop, which has led to creation of huge number of new jobs and openings. The Brahat Bangalore Mahanagarpalike launched the Bengaluru Climate Action Resilience Plan as a significant step towards achieving net zero emissions by 2050. If its objectives are all realized, Bangalore will become one of the most climate resilient and natural disaster mitigated cities of the world, and not just the country. We have made pollution control a top priority in the state and have either straitjacketed the polluting units or have shut them down for non-compliance. Even after repeated pleas by the KSPCB, not only have we been able to solve some of the pestering and legacy pollution issues in the state, but we have ensured compliance at all levels. There are long pending issues still which we intend to address for the next year. We have identified 153 acres of forest land near Alanka, and we are developing it into a world-class park. It will help rejuvenate the lung space of the city when fully developed, along with contributing to carbon sequestration in the city of Bangalore. We have served notices to HMT for taking back 443 acres of forest land that was illegally transferred to it in the 60s, and intend to come up with another park in that area and when we are able to recover it legally. Thanks to optimal planning, training of personnel and usage of technology, we were able to significantly bring down the man-animal conflict in Karnataka this year. Also, as I had stated earlier, the state of Karnataka has about 22% of its land area of the state is under forest. We intend to further increase the green cover of Karnataka. Also, under my tenure, we have removed huge amount of encroachments and recovered forest lands pretty much across the state, something never done in the history of our state. Before, I intend to step up the scale of operation and work further in this direction. Anyways, these are just some of the highlights of the achievements of our government and my ministry in the last 20 months. We intend to improve ourselves further so we can contribute better towards the well-being of all the people of Karnataka state. Lastly, thank you all for bearing with me and giving me a patient ear. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We'll quickly do a couple of questions, sir. I mean, your portfolio is one such portfolio that not just the opposition MLAs, but your own MLAs will have problems with you, especially the Coorg MLAs. How do you see the ecological balance? Because tourism also keeps expanding in constituencies where there is forest as well as tourism, especially in Madikeri, in Shimoga, in Chikmagalur. A lot of tourists go. How do you balance this tourism with ecological balance?
First of all, I would like to tell you that all my MLAs are supporting me. They are supportive of the environment because Punana is here, Mantargowda is here, Darshan Jovanana is here. They are all from Western Ghats. And every time, whenever I have a discussion with them, they 100% support all my goals. You spoke about tourism. Ecotourism can be a boon or bane for conservation. Karnataka is fortunate enough to have beautiful trekking paths. Recently, I have visited some of the trekking paths. Kumar Parvat and all Kudremukh, so many places. A lot of people, especially youngsters, they want some kind of adventurism, some kind of recreation. So we have to balance. We have taken a calculated decision. So I had a discussion with my officers, and earlier I used to see in newspapers and all other places that a lot of people are entering trekking paths, and there is rush, and there is every possibility of forest or biodiversity getting damaged and something. So we decided to regulate and restrict the number of tourists to the trekking paths. Now, I think we are allowing only 150 at a time to all the trekking paths, so that we can conserve forest, we can conserve biodiversity, and tourism should also be there without affecting the forest and the biodiversity of that area.
Okay. So what are your long-term plans or goals for climate change? In fact, that's the biggest talking point in every conferences, international conferences. Climate change is a big debate. How is Karnataka contributing to it?
I have already told in my speech just now, I said that there are 4 kinds of disasters. Climatological disaster is there, hydrological disaster is there, and seismological disaster is there, biological disaster is there. So these disasters, they have happened earlier also. And now the frequency and intensity has increased. So we have been seeing just in few months back, there was a landslide in Churu, so many people died. There was a landslide in Kerala, Wayanad, and even villages, there were totally hundreds of people died there. So every now and then it is happening. And due to heat wave, we have seen so many people dying because of global warming, as in Delhi and other places. So there are disasters like earthquakes are there, tsunamis are there, cyclones are there, droughts are there. And recently, you see, in California, nearly we have lost 200 billion worth was gutted in the fire. That is a warning to all of us. So we have to keep in place, we have to make a mitigation plan for all this. It will take time, but we have to act now immediately, and we are planning for that. We are taking everybody into confidence. I already discussed with the Honorable Chief Minister, the Deputy Chief Minister also, and we'll see to it that all departments adhere to this mitigation plan. climate change mitigation plan.
So we are running out of time, so the final question, where do you see yourself in 5 years? What are your political ambitions?
I have entered politics for social service. My father is a freedom fighter. I come from Bidar, which is earlier ruled by Nizam area. It's considered to be it is situated at the considered to be the backward district. It's developing like anything. My concern is that see here in Mysore and other places we have a lot of forest cover. Okay, nearly out of 21-22% of forest cover which Karnataka is having. We are having around 43,000 square kilometer of forest area which constitute around 21-28%. We have to increase it. But especially in some areas, in 16 districts, the forest cover is less than 10%. And in my area, Kalyan, Karnataka, 5 districts, Bidar, Kalburgi, Yadgir, Raichur and Koppal, forest cover is just 5%. Bijapur it is only 1%. In Bidar, last time we have planted saplings to the extent of nearly 15 lakhs. Last year we have planted 5 crore 48 lakh saplings. I must congratulate my officers. We have done this. I had given a target of 5 crores. They achieved 5 crore 48 lakhs. So what I have come to develop that area, thinking is this is a social service. That's why we have entered politics. Now, of course, things have changed. But whatever responsibility in politics, see, my father is my role model in my life. Whereas in politics, I admire ex-Prime Minister, my leader, Sri Rajiv Gandhi. Because after completion of my degree, my father told me to join Sevadal. I joined Sevadal and he sent me to National Training Camp to Calcutta. I went there, stayed there for 15 days. And finally, Rajiv Gandhi came, he was the Prime Minister, came and addressed. I got inspired by him. I thought I should do something good for the society, good for the people. My only aim is to do something good for the state, do good for the country, good for our people. That's all.
Ladies and gentlemen, and with that we come to the end of the session, and big round of applause to the Minister of Forest on Ecology and Environment, Mr. Ishwar Khandre. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to India today and delivering the keynote address.
Request you to stay on stage, Nagarjun and Khandre sir. Invite Ranjit Sahai, Managing Editor, India Today magazines, to hand over a token of appreciation, please. Because of the time constraints, we have made slight changes to the schedule. So you will the sequence of events is a tad bit different from what you will see on your schedule now. We are beginning with a session, the round table, Ground Zero Man-Animal Conflict, where we have MLAs from 4 constituencies who will be in conversation with Nagarjun. Just give us a moment to set up the stage, please. I'd like to invite on stage MLA Shri A.S. Ponnanna. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Shri Mandar Gowda. Shri Darshan Dhruvanarayana. Please come on stage, sir. And Dr. Dhananjay Sarji. We welcome you, sir. conversation with them will be Nagarjun Dwarkanath, Editor, South Bureau, India Today Group. Thank you.
Even though they're all from different parties, 3 are from Congress, 1 is from BJP, I think all the 4 of you will agree on this topic that you guys are facing, the man-animal conflict in your constituencies. Let me start off with Mr. Poranna. You come from the heartland of the forest. How difficult is it, or what are the expectations from your constituency people, that how do you tackle this problem of man-animal conflict?
Man-animal conflict is one of the biggest issues that we are facing. But this is not a recent phenomenon, as you know. So it's a legacy issue. We have been facing this for the last 4 decades, perhaps. And in Virajpet constituency, which I represent, we have about 3 sites of real dense forest. So the conflict, the recent development is that the conflict has expanded beyond just elephants and tigers. So we have bears, we have monkeys, and recently, about 3 days back, we had death caused by honeybees. Honeybees. So the area of conflict is expanding. So what is the way forward is a matter of policy, and we must think beyond creating boundaries. What we've been doing is we have been digging trenches, putting up electric fences, we have been putting up barricades. So basically we are creating boundaries and barricades to prevent the conflict. It has not worked. So we must look at policy decisions which go beyond just creating boundaries. So coexistence is one area which we can work on. Then creating landscape for the animals which are now resident. So we have, for example, an issue where we have about, in Virajpet constituency, we have about 200 plus resident elephants. So there are 3 types if we want to focus on elephant conflict. One is resident, who live, breed in the estates. 2 is the ones which come and go back. 3 are the strays, the single ones which just come in. So unless we solve the resident elephant problem, there is no point in creating barricades and boundaries. So we have no real policy in place at the moment to take these resident elephants back to its habitat. So unless we do that, we are heading nowhere. Then comes the tiger, which is the second biggest conflict. Right? The tiger conflict is, tiger is a territorial animal. So territorially, we have only that much of forest cover, but population is growing, exploding. So these are the issues that really needs to be addressed.
Manthar, what is this system that is put in place when you receive a call from your people that there's a tiger attack or elephant that has entered the farmer's crop field? What is your response system there?
So the worst, as my colleague Ponanasa says, it's a never-ending calamity. The most distressing call you get early in the morning or late in the night, and from the forest officials or from our friends on the ground, sir, this has happened, there's a stampede or one person's life is lost. So we immediately go there and cut a sorry face. And the worst thing we can do actually is handing over that check of 15 lakhs to them, I think is the worst thing which we can do. And so now what I've made as an individual, I said, let the department people only give the check. And I don't want any positive publicity from giving a 15 lakh check. But the sad thing is, it's a continuous process where our farmers or the buffer zone dwellers venture into the forest, or the stray animals get into the zones where children are walking. And though there are response, immediately they've given messages. Then there is signboards where they announce elephants are near or bisons are near. But just on the 16th of this month, there was a local forest dweller, so what we call as the tribal community. So he had ventured into just 5 or 10 meters or 20 meters away from his house, and then one stray elephant has actually and he was missing for 3-4 days, and nobody had any clue of where. And when the body started getting decomposed, and it was so bad that actually we all went there, and then it was a very sorry state. But unfortunately, as policy matters shouldn't be short term. So what happens, one group of people come in and give some ideas saying railway barricades are the latest things. Now what the latest thing is, those 2-line railway barricades are not enough, put 3. So I think our policy should not be only for short-term stopgap management. It should be a 20-year, like how we have a 5-year plan, 10-year plan in the financial side. For even the environmental man-animal conflict, it should be a long-term strategy wherein it shouldn't change with every consecutive governments coming in. So what happens is when our environment minister, he's got some ideas, and then the previous regime or the future regime, they bring in new ideas, and then the whole thing gets revamped. And not only that, now we have even snake bites. Yeah. I'd want to highlight it to our honorable minister as well. Elephant trampling, you get 15 lakhs. But snake bite victims, you're still giving them only 2 lakhs. So that's a huge discrepancy within the gratification which we are putting out to the bereaved families. So as I said, policy matters should not be a short-term strategy, and I'm guessing lots of environmentalists come and give in their ideas, but on the ground it is very difficult to actually implement most of it. But our department people continuously change committees there as well, especially when you have these elephant task force and then this rapid response teams. What happens is every 2-3 years we're changing the personnel on the ground. So my suggestion to our honorable minister is, let experienced people who are geographically inclined or from that areas, let them be working in their areas of their comfort. So what happens is we keep transferring people within the district wherein for our own political gains, which actually doesn't help the system for monitoring elephants as well.
True. Darshan, you also come from Mysore district. At the end of the day, we can't talk to the animals. We can only convince the people not to enter the buffer zone or not to enter the forest alone or for their own purposes. How difficult have you felt talking to your constituency people in terms of making them understand how serious this problem is?
Well, ever since I got elected from Nanjangud, we've been noticing quite a few changes. And initially, I had to put a first foot forward to understand the actual problem. So as we travel towards the villages where man-animal conflict is very prevalent, we kind of noticed that they've taken up the issue themselves, and they've kind of set up huts, tree huts, and that's where they've been supervising and driving away these elephants. So they're all working in coordination with the forest department to drive elephants or any such predators. That is one thing I noticed. Although, see, the people living in such areas, they are very focused and they're very dependent on agriculture. So they'll have to sustain with the environment, with the agriculture fields that are very closely located near the forest areas. So it's very hard for us also to convince them as to why the problem is very prevalent and as to why they have to stay away from such areas. It's very hard for us because just last year, end of 2023, we've seen one death. It was a very tragic death. It was one farmer lady by name Ratnamma in the village of Bengaluru. So she happened to be with her family, wherein she was just around the fields near the forest area, and she got attacked by a tiger and she fell prey to it. So that was a very tragic loss. So ever since that, Honorable Chief Minister and our esteemed Forest Minister, he visited this place. He attended a program in the premises, in the range, and he interacted with the public there, and he sought, as to what could be done, what should be done. And right now, in that specific area, Adiala Forest Range, we've reduced 50% of man-human conflicts since the last year, thanks to our Forest Minister, because he took an initiative and the railway barricades got completed And we've also, as my colleague Mr. Mantagoda said, it is not enough. So we've also improvised the railway barricade by, improvising it by adding vertical barricades to that as well, so that the elephants don't cross. And we've again digged up new trenches, and we've maintained our solar tentacles. So since all that is in place, additionally our forest minister handed us over elephant task force as well to the Adiala forest range. So now we've kind of reduced 50% of the man-human conflict. Although in other ranges we have more issues, because my constituency has 3 ranges. Although one range it falls under the Gundlupet Vidhan Sabha, but primarily the problems that they face, due to those problems, our areas get affected. Yeah. So one major thing is coordination. We all need to coordinate with the people living around the forest areas, the forest department, the local representatives, and the farmers. We all have to be well coordinated to mitigate these problems, is what I have to say.
Dr. Sachi, what do you think in terms of policy that the government or we as a society can do much more? Because both the legislators said that railway barricades are okay today but not in the future. I've heard stories of elephants pushing a tree towards the railway barricade and then climbing over the tree to escape the electrical wiring and all of it. What do you see can be done in terms of policy making?
First of all, I want to congratulate India Today for organizing such a wonderful program, that too involving our eminent forest minister. It's a conflict, man and animal conflict. So what is the conflict? Conflict is mainly for the needs, their needs. See, as sir told, like 43,000 square kilometer area is there as a forest. An elephant requires 6.3 square kilometer area. If you divide by the total area by number of elephants, that is 6,300 elephants, that comes to exactly the same. Definitely they have to come to our way. So there is a fantastic caption like highways, elephants are crossing the highways. No, it's actually highways are crossing the forest area. That too unfortunate that we having such a nice forest minister, Karnataka is standing second in a deforestation in India. First is Madhya Pradesh, second is Karnataka, as per what statistic I got. The thing is, we have to satisfy their needs. That means we have to improve the number of tanks inside the water resource inside the forest. That's the one. Second thing is, we have to prevent the fire misincidents which is happening in the. I request our able forest minister to increase the number of fire watchers. Actually, on contract basis they should hire, but in practically they hire 10, but in practical they work only for 2 to 3 people. So we have to avoid that one. And the second thing is, for them, they have to, for food, their needs, they have to come to the areas they are coming. So, as we know, railway barricade is the best among all the 3. It requires 1.5 crore per kilometer is the cost which is happening. But still, the thing is, we have to protect our area, means we have to have a good, robust task force. In Shimoga area, we don't have a task force. And even there is only 4 doctors are there. The 2 on deputation they have been posted, and the vacancy list which we see in the department is so huge, sir. The 2 DRFO vacant is 591 seats are there, and forest guard 2,621 vacancy is there, and elephant mautas around 65, and forest watches 1,705 vacancies are there. We have to fill that. Then only we can protect our area. There is a thing which I am feeling that it should be, and also the people who work in the task force, they should be given a sufficient good amount of equipments, especially the tranquilizer gun what they are using. they can shoot up to 40 to 50 meters. If it is given around 80 to 90 meters tranquilizer gun, it will definitely be benefited. Okay. And also those who go and work, if there is any accidents, they don't have any ABY scheme for the workers. One, they have to spend their own money. Recently, one and a half years back, Dr. Vinay, only 4 doctors are there in the entire state, only Dr. Vinay. He was had a injury with the one elephant, and he was supposed to hospitalize for 1.5 months. He spent 48 lakhs. He spent it from his pocket, then government has reimbursed, that's good. But that protection also we have to give to the people. That we have to do.
All the elected representatives, one final minute each so that you can throw light upon this topic. What would you do much better in terms of handling this problem for your constituency people? Any initiatives that you can think of the government can take in, or maybe the civil society can pitch in to throw light on man-animal conflict? A minute each for all of them.
You see, we are not the only ones in the boundary of the forest. Right? So there are African countries, Namibia. I have been there.
In fact, they live.
They live right there. So they don't face the same. There is conflict, obviously. You can't escape it. But there is the extent of conflict is not as much. So obviously something over the years has gone wrong. And if you look at it historically, it has only increased. So whatever policies, railway barricading, trenches, whatever we have adopted has not worked. So some radical thought process, radical change in policy to send back these animals to its habitat and then ensure they don't come out. This requires to be done. And people going into the forest and facing an attack is an absolutely different issue altogether. So we are talking about conflict in human habitation, in coffee estates, in streets. For example, my house, where my father's house, 50 meters away, we had a tiger attack, which was unheard of probably even 5 years back. So, yes. So the conflict has increased in spite of all policies that we have adopted to prevent the man-animal conflict. So some radical change in policy is obviously required. Maybe we get some greater expertise in place, get these places, where there is existing human habitation in forest area. Some people from there to find out what is the way out.
Done. Mr. Mantha.
So, as I think all of us will agree, you can never completely stop this conflict. The only thing which I can suggest is where these huge, large animals are actually housed, or if it's private estates, the department, instead of investing crores and crores on elephant barricades, you can buy large parcels of land. And I think lots of farmers from our area are so fed up, because labor getting into their estates, and then any conflict happens or any loss of life is the burden on the owner of the land. So I think mostly, if you can, and lots of people will agree, I'm thinking, those farmers are ready to give up their land for equal compensation. So if you can think of a large, I think around 2,000-3,000 acres of land which you can cordon off, and then this monoculture, monocrop culture which the British has brought in. So forests which we are predominantly in, most of them are teak plantations. And then, I don't know if it's like a valuation game or what, but those teak plants don't let any other plantation come. So every year they call us for the seed ball plantation where jackfruit, bamboo, all of that. But as you said, those plants never take off at all. Yeah. You have cattle which come and eat off saplings as well. So if you can cordon off large areas of land and leave it bare for around 10 years or 20 years, and then slowly start moving animals inside. It's just a suggestion. I don't know if it's financially feasible again. But as studies from across the globe has to happen, wherein how other countries are handling it well. I'm sure they're not projecting it as much as we are, but since people vote for us and not the animals, so we turn a more sorry figure to the humans and not actually think of the animals. So just 2 days back, there was one, they relocated one wild elephant from that. So when you see that elephant, it's got gunshot wounds, it's been beaten up throughout its tenure as well. So as you said, the forest officials who are not being able, or not equally competent to drive them away, locals still start taking law and action into their own hands. Recently, there was one pregnant elephant also which was shot. I think sir also has got into that notice. So large areas of land, coordinate off, and let the regular plantations grow in. Because just this monocrop culture from the British which came through, I don't think which is working as fodder for the animals. So I think this could be one of the future to mitigate conflicts.
Mr. Darshan.
So just two things. We could definitely work on improvising the preventive measures that are already in place. So as I previously said, the rail barricades in certain areas have been improvised now with vertical and horizontal, as well as 1 kilometer in Nadiala range has been attached with a mesh. So it is an experimental basis that we did and has worked out pretty well. So we could improvise certainly on such aspects. Also, as I previously said, coordination is prime. There has to be coordination, especially in ranges that lie in different Vidhan Sabha constituencies. There has to be a massive coordination between the three ranges, as well as the local farmers and the local reps. If there's no coordination, it is very hard for us to handle man-human conflicts, also crop loss. So these are just two things that we could work on, and maybe then I think we can see better results, because in Nanjangud Vidhan Sabha, in Nadiala range, we've seen results. Thanks to our forest minister and the chief minister, we've seen better results. Hoping to see better results with the other two ranges as well. And with improved coordination, I think we could definitely achieve something big.
Dr. Sergi.
The thing is, deforestation is the main issue. Here, for tissue paper, we cut around 27,000 trees a year. For in India, it's around 37 lakhs per year they are cutting the trees. In the entire world, it is around 1,530 crore trees are being cut. So only way is we have to do good plantation, as our minister told, like 5,000, above 5 crore samples has been done. It's a good thing, and we have to increase the support their need of the elephants. That means we have to build a good number of water resource area we have to increase. Second is we are installing elephant collar that we are doing, and how effectively it is working that we need to check, and we need to give proper protection to our forest guards, and we have to take care them well, and also filling the vacancies is one of the most important thing. And also we need to work on elephant population, how it is going. It's already 370 to 400 elephants in over 3 to 4 years. Number has increased. We need to work on that. And also finally, main thing is, like, we have to hire good number of staff and increase the number of elephant camps across the state, because we have only 9 elephant camps across the state. We require, because if something happens in Chikmagaluru, all the way the elephants has to go from Shimoga to Chikmagaluru or Hassan, like that. So it's better to establish more number of elephant camps.
That was really nice of all of you to throw light on the man-animal conflict and the problems that each of you are facing in your constituencies. The minister has heard himself, most likely that even the civil society will pitch in, and we as people will do more for the wild animals as well, so that the problem of man-animal conflict will reduce. Thank you all so much for speaking to us and enriching our audience with our inputs.
Thank you, speakers. I request you to stay on stage for a moment, and I'd invite Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Publishing Director, to please hand over a token of our appreciation. was indeed an insightful and a candid conversation. Learned a lot. Our next conversation is living with the wild, preparing for a future where man-animal conflict is the new normal. And I'd like to call on stage the speakers. Shri Subhash Malkhede, sir, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest Wildlife and Chief Wildlife Warden, Karnataka State. Please welcome on stage, sir. Aritra Shetty, National Lead for Elephant Conservation, World Wildlife Fund, India. Ravi Chelam, Wildlife Biologist and Conservation Scientist, CEO, MetaString Foundation. And we are going to miss Dr. Raman Sukumar, Professor of National Science, Professor and National Science Chair at the Indian Institute of Science. He had to leave, and the timing have really gone haywire. Thank you. And last but not the least, I'm Jumana Shah. I work with India Today magazine as Senior Associate Editor and write on environment and wildlife. I am, of course, your host for today and the moderator for this conversation. So, sir, a very hot topic. We already had a very candid discussion right now, but just to set the context, you all are scientists and you all understand the subject far more, from a holistic point of view rather than strictly a point-to-point solution point of view. Life on our planet has been coexistence with the wildlife. Humans have interacted with wildlife forever, since time immemorial. But of late, this interaction has turned more into conflict. What are the reasons for this? Aritra, let's begin with you. What is the reason why this interaction is turned into conflict and not so much coexistence? Over to you.
So firstly, I would like to thank the previous speakers for setting the context beautifully for the discussions that are going to follow. In terms of looking at the drivers of conflict, that is damages that wildlife cause to human society and also vice versa, I would primarily look at them to be of three sorts: the economic aspects, the social aspects, and the ecological aspects. The economic drivers are actual losses that local communities face due to damages due to wildlife, such as elephants, wild pigs, large carnivores, tigers, leopards, and so on. And there are also transaction costs that these communities bear when they have to access compensation or any other relief from the government. There are also opportunity costs that these communities bear when they lose their livestock and property. The other aspect is the social side, where, as you said, why are we moving from coexistence to conflict through time? And I think that's because a lot of our traditional social values are changing over time due to societal changes, natural transition in human societies. And also, the high quantum of losses that the societies are facing is sort of tipping the scales in the favor of conflict from coexistence. So that's something that has to be looked at very carefully. And I think the third and often underlooked aspect is the way that wildlife is also adapting to sharing space with people. Elephants, leopards, and other species, they are known to modify their own behavior to be able to capitalize human sources of food like crops and livestock and so on. So I think it's a combination of these three primary drivers that are behind the escalating trends of conflict that we see today.
Ravi, sir, what is the role of wildlife corridors and the buffer zones? They are critical. What are we doing? Are we doing enough to conserve them?
Conservation cannot be restricted just to the limits of our protected area. We have to take a landscape approach. The average size of our protected area is too small to hold viable populations of most of our large mammal species. Unfortunately, post-1990, with economic liberalization, it's been as if wildlife has to know its boundaries and stay within the park, and anything outside is free rein for us to exploit. And that is coming back to bite us now. Corridors are, because we have constricted or destroyed habitat, then it becomes a narrow connectivity. Otherwise, earlier animals had free range. So in the change scenario, corridors have to be as sacrosanct as your protected area if you want long-term viability of any of our species. The fact is, for many, many species, up to 50, even 60% of our populations are not within protected areas. They are either in reserve forest or in human-dominated habitat. Lions are a good example. You come from Gujarat, you know what the story there is. So, to think of conservation purely from a PA-centric lens is a very limited approach, which is bound to fail in the long term, especially with rapidly changing climate. We don't know what it is going to have impact on habitats and where animals will be able to find the kind of resources and suitable habitat. So, buffer zones for protected areas, ensuring connectivity, restoring connectivity, because most of our habitats are also degraded. Invasive alien species have taken over large swaths. So on paper it might look all great. You go and step into the forest, you really know what is the quality of the existing habitat. Animals are not able to meet their needs within. And to me, ecological restoration is real development. It's not a luxury. It's not a desire. I mean, it's not something which is optional anymore. Because ecological restoration means not just biodiversity conservation, which will result in reducing conflict, which will result in mitigating climate change. There are far more benefits, and local people will benefit from it, not just from employment, but from the resources that become available to them.
So, Pastor, how do you reflect on this, the significance of wildlife corridors, especially from the government conservation perspective?
See, if we look at the conflict per se, so there are several species that are involved in conflict. And what Ravi has said, as well as our other panelist has said, is absolutely right. When we deal with a conflict area, there are several factors that need to be taken into care, whether it is habitat management, whether it is corridors, or any other part. Now, as a manager of a conflict situation, when I sit in the seat of Chief Wildlife Warden, blaming Forest Department to take care of all wild animals is also not a right thing. When we deal with wild animals, we are dealing with another species. And this is basically what we are seeing. It is an interspecies conflict that we see, and human beings, being at the apex, think that all other species are inferior to them. If we take equality within the species, then this conflict situation itself will not arise. If you take example of, I will not take example of elephant because everyone is speaking of elephant. Now leopards, if you take, there are at least, even if you take a ballpoint figure of 2,500 leopards in Karnataka, almost 30% have never seen the forest. They are all in the outside landscapes where human beings are there, including in Bengaluru city. Now, unless we try to coexist with leopards, we will be only facing conflicts. We have spread our apartments and our living spaces. Almost now we are touched Bannerghatta. Right. If you go 25 years back, after Dairy Circle, there was hardly any habitation. If we go by that kind of a logic, leopards were already there. Now we have gone and made apartments, and in CCTV, when we see a leopard, we get panicked. That's not the way we need to behave with the animals. So coexistence has to be there, whether it is in forested areas. Corridors is right, but corridors is not the only way by which we can do existing habitat improvement, as well as where we have faced maximum problem is with the new irrigation facilities, the cropping pattern has changed drastically. Yeah. So where there were dryland agriculture, the elephants, even if they move from one place to another, it is to just get damaged by trampling or other things. But now with a very good, it is like adolescent kids going to Pizza Hut to eat outside their home food. So like that they come to eat banana as well as areca nut or any other food that is available. And most of these are all adolescent male bulls, that is tuskers and magnas. So this kind of things are happening. We are changing our life pattern, so animals are also modifying their behavior.
Right. Yes, Aritra. one of the biggest concerns or rather points of conflict also of late is the role of local communities and the fact that these areas are populated, but also they are the people of that place. How do we deal with that? Are they a part of the problem or are they a part of the solution?
So I sincerely believe if any conservation efforts have to be sustained, the local communities have to be taken into confidence. They have to be at the center stage because these are the people who are actually sharing space with all the wildlife and also bearing the brunt of wildlife conservation goals. People from the city are enjoying some safaris in Kabini and all these beautiful places, but the same elephants are coming out in the fringes and raiding the crop fields, and then the local communities are bearing the brunt. And I think there is good example in place, especially in Karnataka, where a lot of compensation-based processes have been digitized so that people are able to effectively gain compensation for losses. So overall, in terms of both local forest governance, human-wildlife conflict management, and improving biodiversity in a particular landscape, the local communities have to be taken, at the center stage, I believe. Thanks.
Subhash sir, how do you reflect on that? What is Karnataka state's approach been?
In Karnataka, whatever we have taken up, I would certainly give a lot of credit to the local communities. Whatever actions we have taken, whether we put elephant task force or we put leopard task force or we make RRTs, we create advanced alert systems, mass SMS systems, all these are the things that are being done by forest department. But the people listening to it and trying to modify their own ways of living, because I will tell you, when there is a strife and where there are elephants within your coffee estate, it is very difficult to live in that estate. So despite of that, I would rather say that people of Karnataka are the greatest conservationists, because it is not one who is sitting in Bangalore. The conservationists are one who are dealing with it on day-to-day basis, facing the problem but still living with it. I think all the people who are in this man-animal conflict zone, they are the true conservationists, not the ones whom we are sitting here.
Chilam sir, training is maybe not the right word, but how to equip people who are living in these areas. What is being done, and are there any good practices that has come to your notice that you would like to say that okay, this needs to be done to equip people living in these areas to deal with presence of wildlife?
No, it's strange that we talk of equipping people who over generations actually lived with wildlife. It's more that we need to understand what their traditional practices are and see how our modern management interventions can be in sync with them. Right now, by and large, not just specifically in Karnataka, wildlife policy making is very top-down. And unfortunately, an enabling legislation called the Forest Rights Act is seen as anti-conservation. That's something that actually strengthens the local people and will, there are very, very enabling conservation provisions in the Forest Rights Act, which need to be, so if you bring them on board, give them the ownership, really give them the powers to decide at the local level, I think a lot more can be got. Today, we are a very barrier-centric management. It's a civil engineering approach to what is essentially an ecological and sociological issue. And unless we bring ecology right and center, and the rights of the local people right and center, this is a losing battle. Because we are really not using the knowledge that we have. India is a leading country today in wildlife research. And traditionally, since centuries people have lived with animals, there is that lived experience and knowledge. We really need to draw on that, tap on that, use the enabling provisions of the Forest Rights Act. Then I think it's all about language. We call destroying of nature development, right? And we say wildlife is straying. Who is straying? We are straying. Wildlife is not straying. Wildlife doesn't need traffic sign to tell which is the right way to go, it is a no entry or it should stop, right? So all of that we need. If language changes, attitude will change. If attitude changes, success is assured.
Right. It is so correct. At the outset, I said, looking at a holistic approach rather than a short-term solution. Rito, let's talk about specifically Karnataka. We are seeing a lot of elephant conflicts are rising, and a lot of elephants are coming out of the forest. Why do you reckon is that happening?
So the situation is not specific to Karnataka, actually. There are multiple states which have facing serious losses, damages due to elephants. Also, elephants as a species are expanding and shifting their range in India. States like MP, Chhattisgarh, which do not have elephants for the last 100 years, elephants are coming back there. Karnataka also, there are new areas within the state where elephants did not used to go, as Malkhade sir said, due to the allure of agriculture, irrigated agriculture, right, which they are getting easy food. So on one hand, they are being allured through crops, which they can eat easily with minimum interference. The other side, I think it was covered in the previous panel, is the issue of invasive, which are degrading habitats. Issues like monoculture, where teak, as rightly said in the previous panel, they have something called allelopathy, which means they don't allow other species to generate where monoculture exists. So those kind of sort of policies and climate-induced invasives have degraded these habitats. So elephants are pushed from the native habitats on one side, and also they are allured into these novel habitats to the attraction of crops.
Right. Sir, Subhash sir, how do you reflect on that?
See, the measures that we take in this straying elephants, which we are finding, since we are talking about elephants, the thing is that elephant population is growing, and whatever habitat has been there, it is fragmented due to various reasons. It's not that, but despite of that, what we need to do at this point of time is that what we are taking is a measure by which elephants don't come out of the forest. But then there are so many other things which need to be done when we are dealing with elephant conflict. Now, I would certainly compliment our political will and all the 4 panelists who were there. They have been highly supportive of us, because when there is a conflict, the major problem that we face is, in fact, not the problem of elephant or problem of human beings per se, but it is a problem of law and order. At such point of times, I think the whole administration needs to be in focus, which we are trying to do it in Karnataka. And also, as Ravi was telling, there is something, not only the Forest Rights Act, I would say there has to be a lot of legislative changes that are required even in Wildlife Act. Now, certain provisions of Wildlife Act, they restrict state governments from taking any further action. The conflicts need to be tackled. Earlier, elephants were caught for so many things. Like, say, Maharajas used to take them, Khedda operation was there. Today, we don't do anything of that sort. So, population will certainly rise. When such population rise is there, what kind of actions that as managers or the people who take care of certain things and to reduce the conflict, what further legislative actions are required should be left to state at certain point of time, and Chief Wildlife Warden should be empowered to take certain decisions which are in the larger interest of human beings as well as in the interest of animals too, wild animals too. Thank you.
Right, sir. Ravi sir, at an individual level, what can we do? When you're right about urban people enjoy safaris and it's the rest, but it's not as simple as that. I mean, they are also people who will need to deal with it, and so how do we at an individual level get ready for it? Because leopards are not something that will happen to distant people in the villages only. It is something very in front of us.
The first and foremost thing is to, as the Chief Wildlife Warden said earlier, to understand that humans are not some special creature, that we are a part of nature. As long as we don't just only prioritize human well-being, because without nature, without environment, what is human well-being? Where is today clean air, clean water? I mean, I grew up in a situation where bottled water I used to see on television when Wimbledon tennis match used to come. India did not have bottled water. Today, without bottled water, we don't seem to be able to survive, at least in cities. Is that development? I mean, that's the kind of question each of us need to ask ourselves, forget asking the government or the corporate sector. Each of us both has a role and has an impact. And the impact is often a negative impact. How can we cut back on consumption? And what is our definition of a good life? And what is the earth, the planet we want to leave behind? All of our time is limited, but today the crisis is all coming, and we really have a short time window. I mean, internationally they say 2030 is a very important kind of a deadline, so there's no time to lose.
Yes, yes. Auditor, a closing remark by you, very quick one.
Yeah, I think the basic premise that we need to establish here at such forums is that our ecology and economy are very delicately and very intricately intertwined. And how we treat the former will affect the latter very devastatingly. The other thing I wanted to say is that India presents a situation not only of conflict. It's a country where 17% of the world's human population is sharing space with 60% of the world's Asian elephants, about 60% of the world's tigers also. More?
75%.
And in 2.5% of the land terrestrial area. There is something right that's going on in India, which has to be celebrated and acknowledged. And absolutely, and lions. And I think not only conflict, coexistence needs to be the new normal. It has always been traditionally the normal for us. And that will lead the way for the economic and ecological security for our country into the future. Thanks.
Right, sir. Subhash, sir.
I think only 2 points I want to make. What Ravi said, if we are drinking water from a stream in a forest, that has got no value. If you drink by bottle, it adds to the GDP. Unless we take ecological services as economic services, we will not be able to tackle any problem, leave alone human-animal problem. And the second thing is, I think what our friend was telling, unless we learn to coexist with the animals, wild animals, we will see that we ourselves might not exist in future. Thank you.
That's a very important and powerful point. Thank you very much, panelists. With this, we come to an end of this session. I request Ranjit Sahai, Managing Editor, to please come on stage and give us our speakers a token of our appreciation, please. We move on to our next session. Our next session is Wildlife Through My Lens. I'll invite filmmaker Amogha Varsha and moderator of the session, Executive Editor India Today magazine, Kaushik Deka, please. Amogha Varsha is a national award-winning filmmaker and photographer with a deep passion for wildlife and conservation. We give you a sneak peek of his work, the documentary titled Wild Karnataka, about the state's wildlife, beautifully rendered in the voice of Sri David Attenborough. Can we have the trailer, please?
This is wild Karnataka.
Kaushik and Amoga, please come on stage.
I believe the visuals should have continued instead of we speaking. Stunning visuals, wonderful. And what Mr. Chengappa said in the morning, he has actually proved it, that Karnataka is really beautiful and stunning. There could be probably many more Keralas clubbed into Karnataka. Coming back to your visuals and the film, now that job has been done, everybody has appreciated. Do you see this getting translated into any visible action in terms of policy making or any initiative by the government, or the public awareness or people's perception? Even if you have changed one or two individuals, that would be, I believe, a great achievement.
So Kaushik, it's I think the first point here is that all of us here, we are all products of watching something, either going into nature by ourselves or watching a film or something like that. If not for that, we wouldn't have loved, and all the researchers, the scientists and the forest officers. One of the best examples I'd like to give you is a film called Gandhadagudi, which was made 50 years ago by Dr. Rajkumar, which from my knowledge is the first conservation film made in India. And watching it, so many of my mentors and forest department officers have joined the force. So I think all of us have to first love nature before we get into any actionable point. And I think the problem we face today is we have a population of 1.4 billion people. There's no way we can take 1.4 billion people into nature. So the best thing we can do is take nature to them. And I think that's part of what work we do. And if you look at human history, any great change has come from consciousness change. And consciousness change now, as you know, is all on screens. So I think we've been lucky enough to work with the forest department and of course our government. One of the small things is that because Hesarghatta is a beautiful grassland around our state, and because of continuous media attention, thanks to even media people like you, it's now been approved by the cabinet to be declared as a conservation area, thanks to our minister and the cabinet, which is a huge win. Because people don't even think that grasslands are, ecologically important. So I think awareness goes a long way.
Yeah, that's about the government initiative and all that. But how do you see the people's reaction to these things when people watch? These are niche audience. They are already appreciative of nature. Most people are. But when people see such things, they have it raises a kind of curiosity of going into nature and also protecting it. Do you see that kind of changes through your work? Means that is getting appreciated apart from the appreciation of those visuals, but someone getting motivated to do more or contribute to preserving nature?
So in fact, our last film, which I did with Dr. Punit Rajkumar, late Dr. Punit Rajkumar, that was watched by about 2.5 million people in theaters, which translated into so many different NGOs, schools and colleges taking up tree plantations, taking up plastic cleanup, and actually inviting me to say, hey, what can we do? So many of these different schools and organizations now have started environmental groups to say, what can we do? And I think we did a small math. So I basically, I couldn't say this here, but everywhere I go and give a talk, I have a small request. I said, if there are 1,000 people or 100 people, can we give 100 saplings? So by now, we must have reached at least 10 to 15,000 saplings just in the last 1.5 years. That is just me going. 15,000. Yeah, 10 to 15,000. And having said that, a lot of the films that we have made in collaboration with Forest Department have been used for making policy changes. Because a short film is so much more easier to convey at the government level, at the policy level. So a lot of the technology implementations that we've made films on have now got implemented across the country.
as you mentioned, Puneet Rajkumar, then you had the narration by David Attenborough. Also, I saw Ricky Tays collaborating with this. Now, I have seen, means your work always gets a celebrity endorsement, if I can say so. Is it a conscious decision to collaborate with a celebrity so that you get more attention? Or it's your work that's bringing in these celebrities? And how do you see that translating into some tangible results?
See, I keep saying that when we make wildlife films, it's usually the British Council audience that watches it, right? And if you take the entire infotainment segment today, which is the Discovery, Nat Geos of the world, at best it reaches about 1% of India, right? In that 1%, the percentage which watches wildlife, you can guess. It'll be like a minuscule percent. So having a few thousand people watch, I don't think we can make any big change. I mean, I'm sure the government today, if all of us ask for better infrastructure, the government will say we will do better infrastructure. But if everyone in the country said we want more trees, if everyone said we want clean water, I mean, that will become the mandate of the government, right? So a commercial film, on an average, reaches crores of people. You would see the box office numbers. So if we have to put wildlife conservation on the center stage, we need to work with celebrities, superstars who actually have that kind of an audience. So it is definitely partly conscious, and a lot of my friends, Ricky, all of these people have been, in fact, Dr. Puneet Rajkumar, have been so keen on working on these projects themselves. So definitely it's a conscious kind of initiative to put wildlife and conservation out of its comfort zone. I keep saying that unless we have a song and a dance and some masala, we can't now say conservation and wildlife, because people have a lot going on in their lives and they have too much choice on television. So unless we make this, extremely, extremely enticing for all audiences. See, I have a very simple question that I ask myself. In the last couple of years, or in the last 1 year, which Indian film has been released that you can take your kids to or your parents to? And usually the answer is a Disney film. And we keep saying, why can't we have our own Disney? We have all the wildlife. We are in the top when it comes to conservation and biodiversity. In fact, where we are sitting in Karnataka is a place which has the highest number of elephants and tigers anywhere in the world. I mean, we have to think about these things. These are really big animals. But not many people know this. In fact, I have to tell you this, a funny incident. When we did this film and we sent out a trailer to some of our press friends, one of my friends from the press called and said, was it shot in South America? I said, no, this is in Karnataka. So it means that there is a gap, and that gap needs to be filled. And that we will have to do through this.
I like this concept of masala wildlife filmmaker. Now, wildlife filmmaking and photography, both also they get criticized for this intrusion into wildlife. Because you go into you actually intrude into their space to film them. So do you face any kind of ethical dilemma? Because at times what happens is that for a beautiful shot or a film, you may have to do certain things which may not be in sync with nature. Have you faced that kind of dilemma? And when you have to choose between getting a perfect shot or being honest with nature, what do you choose? How do you choose? How do you make those decisions?
See, this specifically applies to natural history filmmaking, which is shooting the behavior of animals. Actually, I've moved quite away from shooting animal behavior a lot because it's been shot quite a bit, especially by BBC and the Disneys of the world. And I think our audience needs to connect with animals through people. So storytelling is a very key aspect. In fact, I urge a lot of my filmmaker friends that, when we make a film like Wild Karnataka, we spent about 4 years in the jungles, right? Now, 4 years is a really long time. So in terms of the return on investment, so to speak, you usually produce a 52-minute film, so that's not good enough. So I think we have consciously always made sure that we are outside the periphery of what the animal thinks is its home and its safety, because the first thing is you won't even get a shot if it's disturbed, right? And second thing is, for that one shot that you want to get something, to go and intrude into an animal space is something that I don't believe is worth it. You can get the same amount of audience attention by doing something else. Maybe you can put in a song and then people will appreciate it more. So I think the focus from
getting these crystal clear images of animals, hunting, eating, I think that era is past. Now the era has to be of storytelling. How do we tell much better stories that connect with audience at an emotional level? If I ask so many of you today, which is a film you remember from your childhood of wildlife, somebody might say Jungle Book. And how did Jungle Book come into being? Because we could now anthropomorphize animals and say there is a Baloo, there is a Kaa, there is a Sher Khan. And even today, after Kipling wrote this book, decades later, we are still talking about it, which means he didn't go into the forest and put cameras and things like that. But I can't think of a natural history film where they got this greatest shot on the planet and we still remember it. So I think we as an audience connect with emotions and connect with stories.
Okay. Now, technology has come as a big part. I can see use of lots of technology, and it's being used in storytelling in other ways also. So how are you using technology, emerging technologies in your storytelling? Because you have given a very different concept, blending technology, storytelling with wildlife filmmaking, making it a masala.
See, of course, now everyone's got access to drones, remote cameras. The human effort has reduced considerably, and it kind of goes back to my earlier point, right? We had to struggle a lot to get that one shot earlier. Now we have a lens that goes from 50 millimeters to 1000 millimeters, which is quite a huge of a range. Now we have drones that go 7 kilometers, 6 kilometers. They have 8x zoom, 10x zoom, and all of these things. But what that does is it enables us to not think so much about the shots, because the shots are a given, you will get it. You start thinking more about the story now. So what it means is it frees up a lot of your effort and time that you can actually focus. Now, if I want to tell a story of a man-animal interaction, maybe in Hassan or Coorg, what is my audience? Who are the people watching it? Will they first connect to the story? So I can put a lot of effort there. So technology, I feel, is like I say, right? A great pen does not make a Shakespeare, and a great camera does not make a great film. So I think technology is an enabler, and we just have to use it as enablers, because I see now all the films start with hundreds of drone shots, and already people are saturated with drone shots, so they don't want to watch it. So technology should be used in its place, in its relevance, and in its context for it to make the right dent.
Indian wildlife photography or filmmaking, it has been by and large, means I'm not saying all the films are on elephants and tigers, but it has been by and large like that. Even wildlife tourism is all about tiger spotting and at times elephant spotting. How do we move from only tiger and elephant to other animals? Because India has loads of them.
Actually, it's a very interesting question. One of our friends and forest officers is here, and a couple of years ago he said, we want to make a film on a tiger reserve. It used to be called Dandeli Anshi Tiger Reserve, and I really scratched my head as to how will I make a film on a place called Dandeli Anshi Tiger Reserve. And then we figured out the lifeline of that whole forest was the Kali River. So we said, let's make a film on the river. And that film did way better than our previous films, which was on natural history. And of course, the river is an inanimate kind of a subject. And the film had so much impact that eventually the Tiger Reserve got renamed to Kali Tiger Reserve. It was one of the first times in history that's happened something like this.
That's really interesting.
And now the focus obviously is on the river now, because the moment it's connected to the Tiger Reserve, we all know that the river is the sacrosanct resource. And I'm very surprised that I actually thought the film won't do well. But people were really, really enjoying that film because there was an old 100-year-old grandmother who was journeying to the source of the river. So I think people now don't want to watch tigers and elephants anymore. I think they've watched enough tigers and elephants. We've made films on frogs that have done well, so...
I had many more questions, but time is up. We are left with very little time. So that brings us to the end of this conversation. It was wonderful having you here. Thank you for speaking to India today.
Thank you, Kaushik. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Our speakers, I invite Manoj Sharma, CEO India Today magazines, to please give a token of appreciation. Kaushik, please, you will need to stay on stage. The next session is learning from Green Warriors, and I'd like to call on stage our speakers, Harsha Tej, Director, Blue Dot Foundation, and Padmashri Balaram, Solid Waste Management Practitioner and Climate Actioneer. Please come on stage, sirs.
Hello and welcome once again. We have two very distinguished guests, and I'm pretty sure this will be as interesting as the last session was. Madam, you have been doing a lot about waste management. Now, I'll start with a small question. Can you recall any one small incident? Because waste management, we can talk about a local, from a local perspective or from a global perspective. But if you can highlight one small incident that triggered a much bigger impact that you saw in your experience in over the years that you have been working in this domain.
Yeah, thank you. If I were to speak of one, the one that comes to my mind is when I was working at Madiwala Market, in cleaning up the Madiwala Market. And it so happened that the people who were working, the staff that was working, we call them the Paurakarmikas, they were not that engaged in segregating waste because we have put in a system of source segregation in the market, where we segregate based on whether the waste goes to a goshala, to a piggery, or to NGOs, or for composting. So one day we took them all to a goshala. We took all the PKs in a bus and we did it as a picnic. We took them to a goshala and they actually saw little calves and cows and they interacted with all those. And I remember one PK coming and telling me, if I could say it in Kannada, Madam, ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತಿಂದ ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಸೆಗ್ರಿಗೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕ್ರೇಟಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿ ಸೆಪ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, which means we will do our job the very best and ensure that all our food that we would normally not give to a goshala will reach the goshala completely. And I could actually see the difference. From 5 tons, we jumped to 7 tons. Going to the goshala every day. It's not once a month. It's going every day. And I think this is how we got change at a very basic, at a very ground level, if that's one incident you want me to talk about.
Thank you. Harsha, you have been working in greener alternatives. And it's very, now it's very fashionable to talk about it, but the moment you push for a transition, lots of other things come into place, especially the cost and the infrastructure. So, share a little bit about your struggle in this transition, like whenever you take up an alternative project and to make it, I would not say popular, but at least acceptable. What are the challenges that you face in terms of cost and infrastructure?
Yeah. First of all, thank you for India Today for getting youngsters like me on the stage. It means a lot. I'll give you a small project that we worked on. We are funded mainly by CSRs. A lot of companies look at our work in the space of ecological restoration. We did this project where we created a lake on MG Road. We recently created this lake, and it is inside the Army campus at Trinity Circle. it was the first ever lake to be created after Sir Kempe Gowda. So we got a chance to be part of creating a lake in this space. So when we say like Bangalore is struggling with water, right? Like the last summer was very bad, like our deputy CM was saying. Going forward, it's going to get even worse. So our challenge was, as person from the social sector, we wanted to innovate something where we can create more of these projects where the water gets sequestered at low cost. When you told that, what are the challenges that you face when it comes to, with our work with infrastructure, it's to create these changes like in small pockets at an effective cost. So if I tell you I can get to the technical aspects of it probably off stage, but it is actually possible to create these water bodies inside the city at a very low cost. So if I have to answer that at a surface level, it is very possible. We just have to implement our traditional knowledge coupled with technical knowledge. That is, there are AIs and a lot of other techniques that if we can combine our traditional knowledge and technology, we can be successful in creating these impactful projects at a, you can see all around us.
Ma'am, waste management also faces the same issue, but add to that the behavioral issues, the infrastructure gaps and the behavioral issues. How do you tackle these two challenges, making people understand and believe in it, and also the infrastructure gap that our country has?
So behavioral change is the biggest thing. Because for most people, my waste is not my responsibility. The minute it leaves my house, I don't care where it goes. So that is the mindset we had to fight. And we found children to be the best ambassadors of these. So we did a lot of programs in school. So as an RWA or a resident welfare association and other parts of just being a citizenry, what we did was initially we gave a lot of awareness programs, called a lot of people, spoke a lot. But after a while, fortunately, our government, Karnataka government, was the first to ban plastic. And also SWM laws became very strict. So if you did not segregate and if you did not give waste, you could be penalized. We used that rule to the fullest extent. So much so that if someone did not give waste, also we penalized them, because we knew then they have thrown it elsewhere, because they are obviously generating waste. So I think mindset changed partly because of awareness, but mostly because of the fear of being penalized. And and also when some of the people would say, I'm not going to pay, then I'm not very proud of it, but I have done it. I used to open the bag and spread it in front of their house. The waste, and then because they have not segregated it, so I said, now come on, reap the effect of what you have done, because this is what the landfill is going to face. So face it right at your door. So sometimes when you bring the problem right back at their door, they respond much better. So out of the fear of, mostly it is out of fear or stress or whatever, that they follow the rules. It's not out of responsibility or what's great or what's better for the society.
But is it sustainable, madam? By penalizing people, can you make this sustainable in the long run?
It's like someone wearing a helmet. I mean, after a while they know that they just start wearing it. Initially it's because they are penalized. Then it becomes a habit, and then they realize it's for their safety. That's the last thing they realize. So here we are, when we show awareness programs, we show kids how badly they are suffering around the landfills. And we go to schools and we are doing zero waste campus initiatives across schools. So they understand the value of waste management. And children relate very well with other children who are not doing okay near landfills. And we also tell them the food they are eating near the landfills. Actually, all our farms are around landfills. They are laden with lead and chromium and whatnot. And these are the foods that we are all eating in supermarkets. So once the kids go back to their homes, I find that they are great ambassadors to their parents, because they can shame their parents like nobody else can. So I think working with children, we have found great success.
Harsha, do you think this approach is workable in terms of moving to greener technologies like penalization, apart from that awareness that the government is creating, the policy initiative and punishment, do you think they can work in sync, or your experience is different?
Actually, it's mixed. Partly I agree with ma'am, and partly I don't. One is to make conservation cool. I think in Amoga Varsha's talk, he was telling about how we can bring youngsters into what we are doing. A lot of my friends who are working in different sectors are not aware about what the ill implications of doing a certain action is. So what we have to do is make conservation activity cool, or make a sustainable lifestyle cool, because the work that we do is kind of boring. But how do we involve, which is the need of the hour, how do we involve youngsters and people to change, is by making it cool, making it a trend. That's one. And of course, how I partly agree is, if we look at the West, if they break a rule, it's like the penalties are extreme. So with the fear of not paying that money, which will affect their lifestyle, they will avoid committing these things. So we have to couple both. We have to dilly-dally with both these things by making conservation and sustainability cool, by making it more attractive, making it more involved, and also if they, do certain faults of theirs, like we can penalize them.
You have any local example? You have any local example in your experience where you have seen that some amount of punishment, some amount of encouragement?
Oh yes,
have worked?
Yeah, our organization, we've been running this for the past 4 years, and we are the first people to make a cool initiative where we go on cleanup drives. And one of the plantation drives, we use the JCB to raise up. We had a rapper and a singer. We put him on a JCB, and all the volunteers who came there came to watch his show perform and also do the plantation activity. So there's an incentive. You're going on a weekend, you're doing a good deed, at the same time you're having fun. And we recently created this anthem, a youth anthem, where we have all the change makers of the country come and do, because we want to show that not just one person can make a change. Every person who are living a normal life should also be able to feel that they are capable of having an impact in society. So we want to project something where every common man feels that they can make a massive difference, not just one person they're seeing on screen or stage, but everybody should be able to pull up their socks, pick up an axe, go and do an impactful job. So that's something that we do, is to make it fun, to make conservation and sustainability fun for everybody to get involved.
So if I can borrow from Amoga, the masala incentives.
Yeah.
Ma'am, as you have mentioned already, you work a lot with local communities. So can you share some lessons that you have learned working with them, which can be implemented in a larger scale, which we can scale up at national level, state level?
The place I live in is called Koromangala. So we have created the first decentralized waste processing ward. It is the one and the only ward in the entire Bangalore city and probably in the country. We process around 20 tons of waste every single day. And this is segregated waste. And this comes not by magic. This comes because residents have been told and taught and penalized into segregating and giving segregated waste. Otherwise, a plant which has the capacity of 15 tons per day cannot function. So I feel this is an initiative which every RWA or a resident welfare association can take very seriously and ensure that they process their waste within their own area. There will be a park where you can compost your leaves. We have lane leaf composters in Koromangala if you walk. Every lane has about 5 or 6 lane leaf composters, where the leaves which are swept on that day are put in the leaf composters right there. So they are not burnt, A. B, they don't have to travel very far. Waste does not travel well. And waste travels with its a family of diseases. So, and leachate, which is acidic and all. So we would rather reduce this distance that the waste is traveling. So I hope that our decentralized waste processing model is replicated, duplicated and scaled across not just Bangalore, but across the country. Because that's the only way we can manage. And we just with, if I could just add, we are processing about, like I said, 20 tons per day. And just with that, we have saved 3,000 tons of carbon dioxide emissions per year. Just with such a small thing. So imagine the impact that we could all do if we did it together. And we can't just depend on governments and municipalities doing it. Because like our BBMP has a logo, Nam Kasa, Nam Jawabdari. So I think if that is the thing that all of us can carry out from here, that will be a very memorable day for me today.
Ma'am, as the government is very closely watching this conclave, so in terms of policy and regulations, if you want one or two changes that you think immediate changes should happen in terms of waste management regulations and policies, what would those be?
So the one that comes to the top of my mind is there is something called as a NAC accreditation, NAAC, which is given to every school and college. Because it has to follow certain parameters, then it is
UGC,
given that NAAC. I would like some points to be given, like 10 points to be given to every college that becomes zero waste, and which does not use single-use plastic, which has zero waste events, which has its own cutlery bank, all the regular simple waste management techniques to follow, segregation and other things. So I think if the NAAC as a policy says we will give 10 points to all schools, colleges, organizations which follows a zero waste campus, I think we can do it like this.
Unfortunately, I believe NAAC itself needs some waste management things because
100%, like our BBMP officers.
They have been arrested for corruption. Coming back to Harsha, what would your suggestion be on that same ground in terms of suggestion for policy regulations?
Oh yes, coming here I was thinking of a few points that I regularly think about. As our DCM sir was saying, about 7,000 borewells went dry the last summer. This can be solved in a way where people said Bangalore is holding so much population where it could only hold 20%, which was once told. It's holding way beyond, and borewells are going dry. But we can still become the model city for the entire world to see. That one thing that we haven't tapped into or looked into is the rainwater recharge pits. One in like private spaces and one in public spaces. Private spaces, I would ask the policy to be more stringent into checking each home if they have a rainwater recharge pit. Because in Kannada there is one saying where, I'll explain it in English, catch the rain where it falls. Where it falls, allow it to sequester, and whatever you're sequestered, you can enjoy. If we can do this, catch the rain where it falls, bidda ಮಳೆಯನ್ನು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿ, ನಿಂತಿರೋ ಮಳೆಯನ್ನು ಇಂಗಿಸಿ, ಇಂಗಿರೋ ನೀರನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸಿ ಅಂತ. There's one Kannada saying. So if we can catch the rain where it falls, and that can solve water crisis like it'll solve it beautifully. So if we can be more stricter into checking rainwater recharge pits, and also in public spaces or in roads, if we can use all these spaces to allow the rainwater to get into the water table, then I think in the next 2-3 years we need not be buying water tankers for 2,000 rupees. We can get it from the borewell. That is one. And the second thing is, as ma'am was saying, we have to include it in the education system itself, because I think we have got into that age where change is very difficult. It's very difficult to change our mindset because we are stuck in our own ways. If we have to bring about a change in our minds, that is 30 and above, it's very difficult. But if we are able to mold the future generations by implementing sustainability goals, how to behave, how to manage your waste, how to not waste water, what is the lifestyle you need to live. If you are able to penetrate that sector, that is the young generation, I think the way the world was handed over to our generation, we'll be able to hand it over in a much better way to the younger generation. So I think we need to penetrate that sector of youngsters and educate them.
Thank you. One quick answer from both of you. If I can call you eco-entrepreneurs, what would be your one suggestion for future eco-entrepreneurs? youngsters who would be wanting to walk your path? One quick advice.
Oh, I'm not an entrepreneur, just to make straight that.
Eco-warriors.
I'm just a regular citizen who's just doing what I love to do. I think there is a lot of resource in waste. And like the Korumangala Center that we are doing, a young entrepreneur is the one that he started doing the biogas for us. And he is now giving this entire gas to Empire Hotel, which runs only on his gas. And I think he's doing really well. Though I haven't asked him how much he makes, but he's doing really well. And BBMP, because of the success of that, has given him 11 biogas plants across Bangalore. So he's doing well. So, so we have a lot of dry waste collection people. Our auto drivers themselves are entrepreneurs on a micro scale. They sell their dry waste to the right people. They get enough money. So I think we have a lot of people who are doing composting and other things. So there's a lot of room. Please, please come. Youngsters should join waste. It's one of the best nurturers and a great place to be an entrepreneur.
Yeah, I'll cut it short. So, having come from a place where I thought there is no career in sustainability or this environment space, there's a huge career. I think we are the only generation who's seen pre-technology to what we are watching on our phones. So we have gone from not knowing anything about a cell phone to knowing what to fly, how a drone flies, or using technology, deep tech. So I think the generations to come should use their traditional knowledge and technology to enable our future and make this a place, because it's the only home that we have ever known. So,
Thank you so much, Harsha. Thank you, ma'am. It was really wonderful having you here. Thanks for speaking to India today.
Thank you, Kaushik. Thank you, speakers. I also invite Kaushik, please, to hand over a token of our appreciation. We will now break for lunch, and we'll see you back at 3 p.m. sharp. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank our sponsors, Government of Karnataka, Karnataka Forest Department, Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, Karnataka Forest Development Corporation, Karnataka State Forest Industries Corporation Limited, and Zoo Authority of Karnataka. Our next session is Tiger Conservation, the challenges ahead, and I'd like to call on stage the speakers, please. B.K. Singh, sir, he's former Chief of Karnataka Forest Force. Joseph Vattakevin, Tiger Conservationist and Biologist. Dr. Pranav Chanchani, National Lead Tiger Conservation, World Wildlife Fund India. Welcome. Thank you. And yours truly, Jumana, I will be the moderator for this conversation. Good afternoon, sirs. Tigers are seen as flagship species in India. India is blessed to have 75% of tiger population, and for the last 15 odd years that we've had the tiger conservation program in earnest in India, it is considered a success. How do you reflect on that? You three experts of tigers, you've been studying and watching the tigers for such a long time. BK sir, how do you reflect? Would you see the last 15 years as a success story, or are there concerns that you see and you would like to flag?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, India Today, for having me here. Tiger, India is a success story because there are 17 tiger countries, and India contributes 70% of all the tigers in wild in world, and therefore, and also St. Petersburg's declaration in 2010 that we will double the number I think by about 2025. We have done it ahead of the schedule. So India is all along is a success story. But there are also the matters of concern. There are Forest Survey of India report, the last report which came out in 2019, that said that tiger conservation is okay. The numbers have gone up. In fact, the numbers have gone up manifold. And but the report said that a large number of tiger reserves have shrunk. We have lost areas. And I was fortunately involved after serving up to the age of 60, after serving Karnataka. I was consultant with Wildlife Institute of India, National Tiger Conservation Authority, and therefore I have had opportunity to see all tiger reserves of this country. And tiger reserves are the best forests of that state, the best forests, where rivers originate. And most of our rivers, the forests are the mother of rivers, and most of the rivers, the life is dependent on that. And there, why we need to preserve tiger reserves, is because in our own interest. If there are no forests, believe me, the water level in the rivers will go down. Even the summer flow will vanish, completely vanish. All the seasonal, the perennial streams will become seasonal streams, and so on and so forth. Rest you can imagine, because right from the morning I have been seeing that every speaker, especially Mr. Raj Changappa and several other speakers, have been talking on climate change. So I would only like to flag here that things are going on very well, but there are certain compulsions which the managers and the stakeholders, the local communities and the political leaders, they have certain responsibilities. Because if a political leader gives a statement that please admit the community who have been displaced, who have already been relocated in 2005, 2006, admit them back and give them the rights under Forest Rights Act, then it is a disaster. Because it goes like wildfire, and the Forest Rights Act, the forest officers can't do anything. Forest Rights Act There are so many other bosses for that. There are social welfare department is the boss, collector of the district is the boss. I am not talking of with reference to Karnataka only. I am talking of with reference to the whole country, especially the central Indian landscape. Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh, where tiger reserves have shrunk considerably. So, therefore, and the Forest Rights Act, although it is very good to keep the community on board, although it is, Ravi was telling in the morning, but it is very bad. It has been one of the driver of accelerated deforestation. It has done a lot of damage in various other states, and there are political leaders, there are politicians, I won't name the parties, but they have taken advantage of that, and they think that by admitting more and more forest rights claim, we are doing favor to the
it's a political move. It becomes a political issue, basically.
And then it becomes very disturbing. And that is how in the decadal reference which came out in last Forest Survey of India report, the reserves have shrunk. That is a matter of serious concern, and I would like to flag that very strongly.
Right, sir. Pranav, how do you reflect on the last 15 years? What are your key learnings?
So I don't think 15 years is an appropriate timeline to reflect really on this. The journey started at least 50 years ago with the establishment of Project Tiger and so on. And I think that was prescient in so many ways. And that level of commitment at the highest level and continued commitment over the last 5 or so decades, I think we're seeing the fruits of seeds that were sown then. Obviously, there's been impetus in the last 15 years as well. So that's one reflection, highest levels of political commitment and the setting up of systems and then financing, protected areas that, many of which have succeeded and so on. So I think that's been critical and it's been key. The other aspect is obviously this is done in a context where, a lot of India's tiger habitats are shared by tigers with people in large numbers sometimes. So the success has not been despite people, it's been, the fact that tigers can persist in areas that are, in PAs and other areas that support, local communities. Take Satyamangalam, for example. There's 100,000 people living, over 100,000 people living inside this tiger reserve. The tiger population has gone up, if I'm not mistaken, from single digits to 70 or 80 individuals over the last decade or 2 decades. So I think there are these stories that need to be understood, examined, and processed and integrated into our conservation planning. There's one other note, one other thought I'd like to add here very quickly. If you look at tiger conservation in India over the last 15 years or longer, there are many amazing success stories to tell. But tigers still only occur in about 30% or less of the overall habitat of the species. So the fact is there are vast areas of tiger habitat that still don't sustain the species. Some of these areas include protected areas with multiple decades of conservation. So protected areas are not guaranteed to succeed. So looking at both successes and failures can be very instructive.
Yusuf, how do you reflect? A very quick take.
Yeah, I'll be very quick because both the speakers have covered much. You asked specifically for the last 15 years what has been done. About 15 years back, in 2010, the 13 tiger range countries met together for a very ambitious goal, perhaps the most ambitious conservation goal of trying to double tiger numbers. India was part of that. And there were numbers released that we know that talk of India actually doubling numbers. We won't go too much into that because that is often a political game. Having said that, more rigorous systems of monitoring have been put in place that are much better than earlier. And if you look at this relative to other tiger range countries, while India so-called stabilized or even increased tiger numbers, several other countries that had signed up, there are 0 tigers now. Whether it be Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, they're empty of tigers. So in that context, relatively, India has done much better. And the efforts that it has taken towards tiger conservation that the speakers mentioned have to be commended. But there is still a lot that needs to be done because these similar numbers were mentioned back in 2005, 2009. And that was a time when Sariska and Panna were poached out.
Correct.
So there is no sense for complacency at all.
Yeah.
We know that in terms of numbers, there are conservationists from this state that talk of 10,000 tigers,
Right.
the possibility of 10,000 tigers in India.
Correct.
So we have still a long way to go if you look at what this country can sustain.
Right.
But yes, this country has done a lot towards tiger conservation in the last 15 years, and that has to be acknowledged.
Yeah. So we'll stay with you. We'll touch upon the other contentious point that Singh sir brought up. 45% of tiger habitats are shared with millions of people, which is a significantly high number. Forest dwellers or local communities, are they a part of the problem or are they a part of the solution?
I mean, there is no question about it. I think Dr. Chellam touched upon this earlier. They have to be part of the solution, you know. Yeah. There is no more fortress conservation that is possible. We can't just be, tigers and tiger reserves and people outside. Unfortunately, in the past, it has been a very exclusive approach of keeping the people outside and tigers inside. But the time for that is, it's time that we change that. In fact, these numbers that you're talking about are from a recent paper in Science.
Published in Science, yeah.
Published in Science, which talk about tiger recovery amidst people and poverty. So these numbers of 60 million people and 45% of the habitat, we are talking of that in slightly economically advantaged societies. Yeah. Or if you look at it state-wise, this is largely Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Uttarakhand. But there are also vast habitats like Jharkhand, Palamau, Orissa, where people and tigers don't, in fact, there are no tigers there at all.
Correct.
Hardly any tigers there, where these numbers will not hold.
Right.
So, in terms of the future, we have to work with these 60 million people that you're talking about, even if it is 45% of the tiger-occupied habitat. There is simply no question of not involving them, and it can't be just restricted to, incentives for voluntary relocation and then leaving them. There has to be hand-holding in terms of how they progress further. And we know that if people are bought into this picture in a more inclusive framework, it can actually help tiger numbers, it can help both predator, people and the planet. Right. Because more area comes under tiger conservation where people are more friendly towards allowing carnivores in their backyard, either incentivized or because they get direct revenue or otherwise.
To earn from the tigers.
Yes, so this is very much the future, I think. Yes.
Right. Singh sir, if we talk about Sundarbans, the Sundarbans, the tigers there face the double threat of rising sea level as well as habitat erosion as well. What is the future looking like for them? How do we save them?
See, the way now every speaker has been talking of climate change, and it's a matter of real concern. Now, sea level rising, IPCC, the latest report, one of the latest reports have said that beyond 1.5 degrees centigrade, a lot of things would vanish. And we have already seen some of those Southeast Asian countries, the sea level is rising faster than about 10 centimeter rise is also observed sometimes. And 2023 was the warmest, we thought, until the latest report came. 2023 itself was 1.45 degrees centigrade warmer than the pre-industrial period. 2024 was 1.55 degrees centigrade, which has breached the limit set by Paris Climate Accord 2015. And of course, the accord, it does not mean that we have failed and we should close our eyes and we should go back, etc., etc. We should keep trying, and even if the temperature is breached, even if 1.5 degrees centigrade has been breached, there is a chance that we will come back within 1.5, and the way it is breaching, I think Bangladesh will, a large part of Bangladesh is going to go, all these island nations. Because you said only Sundarbans, I am talking, so therefore the future is, with the rising sea level, it is not very bright. And there the community again, because once the sea goes to the land, and Because often what we do, we will make wall, we will make sure that the sea doesn't cross a wall. It doesn't happen that way. When sea has to cross, it will go 4 stories building also when the sea level rises. And therefore, let us not play with the climate, and the sea level rise is a very, very dangerous thing. And, and the community in Bangladesh, in
Sundarbans.
The Sundarbans, I had been to Sundarban for an evaluation, and what I found that those communities are also very poor type of people. They are small islands. Each one of them live on one island or the other, and the mode of transport is the boat. And once the sea level rises, all their islands is underwater. And therefore, and where they grow some agriculture, some crop, all those becomes land becomes saline, and it takes 10 to 15 years for those lands to recover. And that is too late. And therefore, it is not only the tigers of Sundarban which are in danger because of the sea level rise, it is also the community under threat.
The communities and the entire ecosystem. Pranav, how do you reflect on that? What can we do for Sundarban tigers?
Well, I think, as Sir put it, sadly the writing is on the wall for low-lying, submergence-prone areas. And really, it's a global problem. Right, so I think the commitments and the level of ambition that India shows in sort of transitioning to a low-carbon economy, over the next few decades, I think we all need to watch that closely. We need to participate in those conversations and processes to the extent that we can, and really beyond that, when it comes to the Sundarbans in particular, I think the flow of fresh water and sediment and silt into the delta of the Brahmaputra and the Ganga, the Hooghly. That holds a key to making whatever small gains we can make, because the deposition of silt leads to the formation of mangrove islands, and if deposition rates exceed erosion rates, there's some possibility of at least holding the tide back, so to speak, even if it's not for posterity, even if it's for a few decades. And so that's one. The other, of course, as Sir said, is working on resilience. So that's working on ecosystem resilience. The other is working on the resilience of human systems there, which is, we know agriculturalists are vulnerable. We know that people whose livelihoods are tied to the sea and the mangrove ecosystems are vulnerable. So really envisioning a shift in modes of livelihood towards, towards livelihoods that may be less impacted by some of these uncertainties and so on. And finally, as I said, it's not just a matter of the mangrove islands going underwater. That would be tragic, but it's going to be millions of people, tens of millions of people who may be uprooted. There may be massive displacements. So really having a plan and a vision to anticipate those dire futures and looking ahead to see how we can try and make this delta more resilient to the changes.
Shifting the topic, Joseph sir, India is planning translocation projects of tigers, moving some of them from overpopulated reserves and states to lesser populated areas. How viable are these projects, and how ethical are these?
How ethical did you say?
Both. Viable and ethical, both. First, let's talk about viability.
Yeah, I would be a little cautious about, jumping into translocations. Unfortunately, the Forest Department has been doing that a lot these days. There have been very good examples of translocation projects. For example, Panna and Sariska. Sariska less so, but Panna very much. When we lost all the tigers in Panna in 2009, today there are over 50 tigers. So that is clearly a very planned reintroduction translocation project at the highest level, involving the Prime Minister down to the boots on the ground, that succeeded. But if you're talking about translocating tigers from overpopulated to less populated, or tigers that disperse out, we must remember that the model that we've chosen for the country is tigers and tiger reserves connected in a meta-population framework through which they disperse and where their ecological processes are intact. If we try to lift tigers from one tiger reserve to the other and think that is the way forward, we will be largely compromising on this meta-population framework and the landscape approach that we've signed in for. That will be like, glorified parks or safari parks where we move, tigers from one park to the other. So we don't want to be going there, but having said that, certain parks are not connected. And if we find that they're depleted, or there is no other way to supplement populations, in a very planned manner, after looking at the threats that have been there, have been extirpated, ensuring that there is enough prey to, to harbor the extra tigers that come in there. And there is enough protection in that park. There is a scope for, translocating tigers, especially in India, where some parks have more and some parks have less, and where there is no connectivity. We must also remember that certain other countries that have lost tigers, they are really looking at this as a, move forward, but they will not even get one tiger because there are no other tigers in that country. Correct. So in India, yes, there is a scope for that, but one must do it in a cautious manner.
Right. Singh sir, coming to you, what do you reckon are the major challenges ahead for us, for tigers, across the country? Not a specific region, but across the country. Habitat loss, as we call them, but what are your concerns?
See, to be honest, no one says that, either a political person or any section of society will never say that they don't like tiger and forest. They will all say they will like tiger and forest. But when the conflict comes, when you start diverting forest tiger reserves for projects, you start diverting tiger reserves areas for linear projects, you start cutting tiger forests, and then for example, because forest minister is here, when I was chief wildlife warden, I had suggested that Kudremukh should be a tiger reserve. It had gone all the way up with the recommendation, everybody's recommendation, it had gone, it came down, and then it was denied by the state government. So the advantage then was that certain activities will be suspended. Certain industries, certain mining, quarrying, etc. will be suspended, and all economy, the community will be encouraged to have a land-based economy, and they will encourage agriculture, encourage horticulture, encourage growing of plants, etc. So, but this was now, as I said in the beginning, that more and more forest area, the good forests are all tiger reserves throughout the country. There are 52 odd tiger reserves in the country, and all the tiger reserves are in the best of the forests. And therefore, it is better that we should have, and the tiger reserves have certain laws. Now this 2006 amendment of Wildlife Protection Act, the tiger chapter was introduced, and one of the tiger needs an inviolate space, where tiger and human and cattle, they cannot live together. And therefore the biggest idea, the biggest recommendation was to relocate people outside, and it was done. I will take another example of Nagarhole. When I was chief wildlife warden, lot of relocation took place. Now there were those days, 2010-11, 1700 families were used to live inside Nagarhole Tiger Reserve, and it had come down to 300. And now again, because if we go on encouraging, Forest Rights Act is a floodgate. A lot of people they again would like to come because they say they want a electricity line to their place, they want a water connectivity, etc., and therefore forests will be continued to be destroyed. Right. So if that is the approach, if we do not come, we have to decide. We have lot of sympathy for people living inside, lot of sympathy. But then they can be brought outside, they can be relocated outside, and all those who have been relocated once, they should not be encouraged to go back.
Right.
So that is the thing I would like to know.
Right. Pranav, how do you reflect on the challenges ahead for tiger conservation?
So I'm going to respond to a few points that Sir's made, and also articulate some of my thoughts. I think number one, if there's never been a point in the Earth's history where there's been a space that's as crowded as India is today. So the pressure on land, resources, forests, it's unprecedented. So if there's one challenge that we singularly need to address as a country for our wildlife, it is the problem of land use and land use planning. Planning land use that allows for the development aspirations of our nation, but also land use planning that allows for the ecological security of this nation. And that comes by maintaining the connectivity of our terrestrial and freshwater systems. Those are besieged. The rate at which roads and highways that we all travel on are expanding, urbanization, change from agriculture to other land use types, it's absolutely catastrophic for a lot of natural ecosystems. And I think, at a conclave like this, I think a state like Karnataka can take a lead on issues of land use, whether it's around ecosystem zonation, ESZ zonation, whether it's around corridors for wildlife, and trying to maintain the sanctity of land use, preventing even the change of agriculture to other land use types. I think all of this will really set an agenda for the future, and we have an opportunity now that we won't have in a few years. So the time to act on this issue is here now. The second is, I think there's a cloud about the issue of the place of people in forests and the place of tigers. I would say tigers belong as much in farmlands and agro-ecosystems in multi-use forests as they do in tiger reserves, because that is the nature of our landscapes. They're fragmented, these animals move through corridors, they use edge habitats extensively, and contrary to what Sir said, the research we've been doing for years, it indicates that tigers can thrive, absolutely thrive in areas that are packed with people and livestock. Not everywhere. There are places where populations will collapse, there are places where populations will do perfectly well. And there's growing understanding of where we succeed and where we fail when tigers and people share space. So I think, because the Forest Rights Act has been touched upon, I think the onus is on us to have a few, to demonstrate that it is possible in the true spirit of the Act to implement it in a means that people are vested with greater autonomy in the governance of forests that they have rights over. And also fulfilling responsibilities for managing these forests sustainably, and so on. And I think there are some good examples coming out. I think states like Karnataka should pave the way and have some exemplars to show that this can also be done. I think there's a lot of possibilities. We know there are challenges around the Act, but we need to work with the opportunities there. And then I have just one final point to make, which is around, if we expect tigers and people to sort of share landscapes as they must in a place like India, the understanding that I've arrived at is that ultimately there'll only be as many tigers in any given place as are socially supported. And so for tigers to be socially supported, a lot of other things need to work. We need to have very effective systems of governance that are managing forests well, that are protecting the tiger. We need to have excellent systems of human-wildlife conflict management. So there are multiple safety nets, both for people and for wildlife. And then there has to be prescient landscape planning so that animals can move around and disperse and fulfill their natural needs. Thanks.
Yeah. Joseph sir, how do you reflect? What are your key concerns about future of tiger in India?
Yeah, I'm very hopeful about future of tigers in India. I think you mentioned in the beginning that we have 75% of the world's tigers. We are the most populous country in the world. We have some of the densest human populations living adjoining, these high-density tiger populations.
Yes.
How exactly did we get here? I don't think anyone really knows. Yeah. There is certain science that has gone in, there is conservation that has gone in, but I think we have underestimated the people that have been involved in this in the ground, other than the conservation leadership and other than the leadership at the top of the country heads, the political will and everything coming together. It is the people who are bearing the brunt of conservation. So how are these people tolerating the 75% of the world's tigers in India? Forget India, if you take Karnataka, the landscape, the Nilgiri part of the landscape, which has Nagarhole, Bandipur and others, it has a contiguous tiger population of 700 individuals, which is more than any other country in the world. So how did we get here? This is not that this is a, less densely populated area, the area around these tiger reserves.
Yes.
So clearly there are challenges, but there is also a lot of scope. You mentioned about 60 million people living in 45% habitat.
Right.
This can be seen as an opportunity because if you break down the science again, these are economically better off people who have benefited from tiger conservation, not just from the tourism revenues and stuff. There is an opportunity here for these people. If they allow tigers in their lands, in a coordinated manner, whether it be village panchayats or whatever deciding, there can be a sufficient amount of revenue that goes to these people. And also, sufficient compensation schemes if they are put in place. So I see a future that is very hopeful for tigers, where if the predator is allowed to flourish, both people, planet, biosphere and biodiversity can benefit.
Is there scope, Joseph, will stay with you, is there scope for an African model where, locals are incentivized and there are game reserves where, this is setting the pigeon among the cat? Is there scope for something like that in India with the kind of wildlife that we are seeing and living with people? How do you, incentivizing local communities?
Well, I think apart from the incentives that the government has given, in terms of a certain amount when they voluntarily relocate and stuff, I think we need to move beyond that. We need to give a sense of ownership to people's land outside the government control. Yes. When you have a tiger in your backyard, there is a great opportunity for ecotourism, not just individual ecotourism, but village-based ecotourism.
Yeah, but right now there is no legalization. There is
no legalization, so there needs to be the appropriate policy changes. People need to have, a sense of ownership. Not that, the government, the moment the tiger comes into their land, it is seen as a problem today. But actually it is a big opportunity. I mean, we know with lions, most of the lions are outside in the protected area, and Gujarat is handling that quite well. So why can't we do that with tigers? If you're talking about 10,000 tigers, the only way forward is involving people.
Singh sir, with your experience, how do you reflect on that? Is there a scope for further incentivizing local communities in tiger conservation and engaging them? Yes. Yes.
We are not like Africa. Africa is a different...
No, I meant as a game reserve. Like, incentivizing for them to sort of come together as a collective and perhaps take care of the tigers, not in a sense, but I mean, this is a complicated process which you can explain better actually.
It's very difficult. I entirely disagree. What really happens is, I live in a colony in Bengaluru, BTM colony, where IAS, IPS and retired IFS officers stay. And whenever there are trees being planted and grown, if it is in a vacant area, if it is far from somebody's house, somebody's boundary, then he's very happy. Yes, the tree should not be cut, branches should not be chopped off. But then when it comes about the tree close to his gate, close to his boundary, close to his compound wall, he will say, "Idu namdu cut madbidbeku. Idu nadiyalla. Idu namge elle bidatte. Nam wife namge baitare." And this tree is a disturbance to me. It does not let lot of resources to be spent to clean it, keep the house clean, etc. So therefore, it is very difficult to say that. And what has been researched and amended in Wildlife Protection Act, that tiger and human being in a reserve cannot live together. Tiger reserves should be inviolate. It should be free from human. And that is how the relocations are taking place and have taken place. And I tell you, all the important tiger reserves of this country are free from communities, are free. They are all relocated outside so that they are not dependent, so that every day there is no interaction. Human and tigers, human and cattle and livestock, etc., and tigers cannot stay together.
Okay. Pranav.
I'll respond to that very quickly. So, much of my research has been in North India and the Terai. It's the most populous place on the planet today, barring perhaps the eastern seaboard of China. It also sustains the highest known tiger densities today, among very high human population densities. Here's what we're seeing. If there are more tigers in the Terai today, it's also because there are more feral cattle. Tiger populations are booming because they're feeding on cattle, among other species. So these relationships are complex. Here's another example. Pilibhit Tiger Reserve today supports 70-odd tigers. When I was doing my research there a decade or so ago, it supported 25 or 30 individuals. Back then, it was a reserve forest with a 150-year history. That's 150-year history of forestry, the most productive sal timber extraction area in all of North India. Next door was Dudhwa Tiger Reserve. It's supported back then a third of the tiger densities and a fourth of the wild herbivore densities, despite 50 years of protection. So a non-protected area outperformed a PA manyfold. And we recognize that, there are diverse reasons for this that we're still trying to understand. But one mechanism that we've learned is that as long as there are refuges that allow that tigers can exploit in the day in areas that are sort of used extensively by humans, that are relatively undisturbed, they don't have to be huge core zones. They can be patches of grassland there can be areas of sugarcane and lantana and so on in some contexts. And as long as there's herbivores and adequate numbers of wild prey, the species will persist. Tigers may not always achieve the densities they achieve in Corbett and Kaziranga, but we have to make our peace with the fact that there will be high-performing PAs, and there will be large parts of the landscape that are shared by tigers and people, and there are many mechanisms to enable this. And I think we have to devote much more of our time and energy to figure out the range of sort of conditions that support tiger population recovery, persistence, coexistence, across multiple use areas, beyond PA boundaries, even as PAs remain the cornerstone of tiger conservation in India.
Pranav, staying. Yes.
A minute only,
yes,
not
sir.
more than a minute. What Dr. Pranav has been talking about, his research is all in North India, all in Tarai Belt, all in Pilibhit and Dudhwa Tiger Reserve, where the conflict is maximum. In Maharashtra and North India, Tarai Belt, tiger-human conflict is maximum. Karnataka is nowhere near there. And it is so much high that I had an occasion to two territorial divisions of Maharashtra near Chandrapur, Central Chanda and Brahmpuri division. The Central Chanda and Brahmpuri division, human tiger are like Pilibhit. And there the conflict is maximum. Therefore all the problems, people are poisoning tigers. People are poisoning the carcass it leaves. And tiger depending on feral cattle is a sad story. It should not be encouraged. Yeah. It should be compartmentalized. Thank you.
Joseph, would you think of a policy change that you would like to see for tiger conservation?
Yeah, I think today we have the kind of 50 tiger reserves in India. We have core areas, we have buffer zones because of these policy changes that we made, way back. How about having a national policy for the corridors that connect them? Although conservationists talk about the corridors, it's not there in the highest levels of governance. And once we have that, we can get all the players together, all the public sector units that try to compete for different interests in these corridors, working together for tiger conservation. That's one thing that I would like to see. Second is, like we talked about, the people outside tiger reserves, can they play a bigger role in tiger conservation? Can we make the policy changes for that? To enable them to be a partner and not excluded.
Correct.
How about looking at inclusive conservation, involving the people? Today we talk about not just land sparing as we've done in the tiger reserves core areas, but also land sparing as the paper mentions.
Yes.
So, land sharing and not just land sparing. So land sharing will need to bring in its own set of policies. So I hope those also can be looked at in the future. I know we have the Forest Rights Act and etc., but we need to do more.
Yes. I think on that note, we will have to end this conversation. Land sharing, that is the biggest takeaway, that this is the future that we are looking at, and we would need to look at revisit policies in that direction. Thank you very much, panelists, for your time and giving us your insights. I request Kaushik Deka, Executive Editor, India Today Magazines, to give us a token of appreciation. Our next session is How to Clean Up Bangalore, and I'd like to call on stage the speakers. Naresh V. Narasimhan, architect, urbanist and entrepreneur. Please welcome, sir. S. Vishwanath, water conservation expert. Revati Ashok, CEO, Bengaluru Political Action Committee. Professor Ashish Verma, Head of IISC Sustainable Transportation Lab. And in conversation will be Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing India Today Group. I welcome all the speakers on stage. Please welcome them with a round of applause.
Wow, this is quite a panel. Can you hear me right there? Great, okay. And I'm sure this will be of great interest because Bangalore for long had been considered the jewel of not just Karnataka, as I said in the morning, but of India. And there is, of course, a lot of glitz, there's glass, wherever you travel now, compared to the time that I lived in Bangalore 25, 30 years back, you can see the change. But behind that, there is a dark underbelly. And we all know that. Even as you see the signs of great prosperity, great energy, great enthusiasm, like every major city that has grown beyond its capacity, we can see the woes and the ills of the people. Whether it is deforestation, all the parks, all the lakes that we've seen steadily dwindled. A lot of people who lived here earlier looked at the various tanks. Kantirwa Stadium was a tank when I was young. If you looked across any of the earlier places, even the bus stand was a tank when I was small. All that has gone, and you've seen water issues coming up in Bangalore like you've never seen before, both sometimes too much, as we saw a couple of years ago, and sometimes so little that we have to struggle to get water itself. Then if you take a look at air pollution, I live in Delhi, which I thought was the worst city that you can ever live in. But when I come here, people are checking their AQI levels. I mean, we never did that in the past. We talked of the Bangalore blue. Every time you came to Bangalore and you looked up at the sky and you said, wow, this is the place to be in. Now, I don't know, you all live here, whether that blue still is a myth or the reality on some days. Today was a beautiful day, so I can't complain. We saw urban planning and the lack of it, let's put it that way. Everything coming higgledy-piggledy. At one time, I was just mentioning to the minister during lunch that I could travel from Richmond Road to Indiranagar, where I used to live, every day, have lunch with my wife and come back in 5 minutes, 10 minutes time. Today, if I tried that, I think I would be marked half a day absent if I didn't watch out. So you have that. And if you look at waste management, congestion, traffic, I don't need to tell Bangaloreans about it. They are aware of this problem. So fortunately, if we had the Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, talk this morning. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Shiv Kumar, my apology. Mr. Shiv Kumar was there, and he talked of the fact that he understands a lot of the issues. He's taking action on a lot of the issues, but what he's looking for is pragmatic solutions. Because you could have a lot of solutions that are my great wish list for it, but if it is not pragmatic, then it doesn't get implemented. So today we are very fortunate that we have an excellent panel of experts. Naresh Narasimhan, who's an architect, urbanist, and entrepreneur. S. Vishwanath, he made sure I said, don't say Vishwanathan. Yes, he says he's from Karnataka, so water conservation. Revati Ashok, CEO of Bangalore Political Action Committee, and last but not least, Professor Ashish Verma, Head of Sustainable Transportation Lab of the Indian Institute of Science. So we've got the range, and let me start with Naresh Narasimhan on the other end of the table. And Naresh, you have led a lot of the campaigns, including the cleanup campaign. Let us look at urban planning, since that is something that we need to focus on. Is it, let's say, the No Hope Saloon, a lost cause, Bangalore, or is there a chance for us to replan Bangalore in a way that we can still save the city? And if there are 3 suggestions or 4 suggestions.
Okay. They've been used to a regime in which planning is, as a discipline, is that the entire city freezes and nothing happens when the plan is being made. That is what is been the paradigm thus far. And the paradigm also from a planning perspective as a planner is that we think that fossil fuels are endless and it will never run out. So the city can keep on expanding forever and you can drive to their destination at some point in a vehicle. Both these fallacies are wrong now and have been proved wrong. And all over the world that you see that there is a change coming towards more compact cities, right? From a completely planning point of view, I think one of the idea of centralized planning is totally dead. Anyway, I think the government of India has also recognized that decentralization of both urban infrastructure and urban facilities is the way to go. And using words like downtown and suburbia is an outdated concept completely. It's an American concept which shouldn't have been brought into India in the first place at all. What needs to be done today is to come up with a new planning paradigm. Bangalore, for instance, does not, technically it has a master plan by ordinance, but the master plan for the city expired in the year 2015.
Gosh.
There is no master plan for Bangalore as of now. So what is happening is that multiple agencies, as the Honorable DCM pointed out today this morning, there's a bunch of ideas coming from a bunch of different departments. Bangalore also has this problem that the BBMP, which controls the city, actually controls very little. I mean, some of the commissioners may be here in the audience, but they actually, they don't control the water that you drink. They don't control the sewage that you let out. They don't control the electricity that you get. And they don't even have any clue about broadband, because even that is running illegally on the treetops everywhere. Right? So the only thing they do is supposed to be making roads in which there is another agency called the Bangalore Traffic Police, which has also a huge say. So really speaking, if you look at the Congress manifesto, and the Honorable Minister is here, and I would like to acknowledge that if you look at the second line of your manifesto, and I have pointed this out to the others in government also, it says that the Congress party will establish a chief commissioner of Bangalore and all the parastatals will report to him or her, to that position. The water, the electricity, every single thing, whether it's BMTC, public transport, and that is part of your manifesto as point number 2. And I want to know why it has not been, unless you do this, each agency is doing whatever they want in silos, in data formats that are incompatible with each other, and there is no central clearance database for the entire city, including, for instance, say even the green, there are disheartening stories coming out. I don't know how much of it is true or it has to be checked. Maybe Vishwanath can clarify that right now an IISc report has established that there's only 3% of Bangalore which is green, compared to 30% less than 20 years ago. The fall is steep. I don't think it's 3%. It looks a lot more than 3%. I think it's closer to about 10%. But what maybe an environment ministry can do, since there is such a wide variety of parastatals operating, is make a commitment that you will increase Bangalore's green cover. It can be done in 10 years. Jakarta started this program 8 years ago. They had the same problem as us, 10% green, less than 10% greenery. Their target is to put 30% of the city has to be green. Parks, trees, open spaces, whatever it is. And unless we make some commitment like this city is going to be unlivable. The Honorable Minister has also shown that recently I have read in the newspaper that long pending Hesarghata grasslands issue has been put to rest. It is now a permanent grassland. And I saw an even more heartening article yesterday saying that you have taken away another 700 acres of enclosed land and added it to the grassland. I think it's a commendable thing. I think it needs a round of applause.
Yes, let's give
the first time I have seen an environmental action which is for the environment, and there's been a fractious issue. I would suggest that the same plan be extended to the entire city under the auspices of the Environment Department if nobody else is willing to do it.
Thanks, Naresh. Thanks. And coming to Ashish, and looking at transportation, right? And that's the heartburn of all of Bangalore. That's where all our energy is going to, traveling. We can actually conduct an office going in our car. We don't have to reach the office at all. We probably don't in most occasions. So, Ashish, what is your 2 or 3 points you think is critical to change the way we commute in Bangalore and ease this problem that we have?
Yeah, thanks, Raj. If the city has to survive, if it has to be sustainable, if it has to be livable, that means everybody has a good quality of life. The more choice of people need to be nudged in a way that we have much more trips happening on MRTS. Now, when I say MRTS, it's both metro rail system and suburban rail system put together. Now, we recently in December released our research report on evaluating the prospect of
Can you
MRTS.
just hold a little closer to your... Yeah.
Sure. So we recently, released a research report on, understanding the prospect of this whole MRTS network, how it is being phased out in the future. If it comes alive, say by 2041, we'll have 400 plus kilometer of metro plus suburban rail system together. What is the prospect that it brings for the city? Our assessment was that this will bring at least 80% of all trips in the city happening on public transport, walking and cycling, out of which the share of public transport would be almost close to say 70%. And this will also, through our quality of life assessment that we did using an index that we have developed for the city, it will result in a very strong positive impact on quality of life overall for all citizens. This is where...
Have you estimated the cost of doing that? Is there a cost component that you can tell us?
Well, of course, if I tell it comparatively, it is nothing as compared to the tunnel road that we are constructing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a good point.
Yeah. So simple metrics to see is the output divided by the input. The output is the carrying capacity of the transport system in passengers per hour per direction, divided by the investment to create that infrastructure. So if you simply compare, for example, a tunnel road and a metro going in the tunnel, the difference is almost of 40 times in favor of metro. The capacity that metro system generates to carry passengers per hour per direction is almost 40 times for the same amount of investment.
Excellent. So you're advocating, I would gather, that rather than do this, a lot of these projects, I think 15,000, 20,000 crores, from what I can see the numbers, that maybe you can still convert them into actually metro rail tunnels.
If it is underground, it should be metro rail or any MRTS system, a suburban rail system or a metro rail system. Because you have to see what capacity, we are interested in carrying maximum people and goods, not empty vehicles, not empty cabins.
Right.
That's not the focus of the transport system.
Okay.
So we have to see that holistically.
Just one quick addition. Since we are the electrical vehicles city, virtually we have all the big manufacturers here. What is the role you see electric vehicles play in terms of curbing pollution and the viability of it coming into Bangalore?
Yeah, so pollution, of course, that's a very clear cut understanding. Of course, as much as we push towards renewable and charge it for electric vehicles.
Have you all done a blueprint? I wanted to know. Suppose you've studied the metro thing.
Yeah.
But
so what I'll say is, when we think about electrification of mobility, we should also understand that when people travel in metro or suburban rail, that's also part of electric mobility.
Fair enough.
But we forget that in the whole scheme of electrification of mode. So one is we got to push people towards MRTS system, convert buses into electric so that you gain maximum in terms of passengers carried on renewable or without emissions, and reduce, even if it is electric, reduce number of cars in the city.
Great. We'll come.
Can I add one line to what you said?
Quick.
An electric car is just another car without an engine. So it just adds congestion. And to your reply to answer, he didn't answer about your cost. A road with footpaths costs 5 crores a kilometer. A bus system costs about 10 crores a kilometer. A suburban train system costs about 100 crore a kilometer. A metro system costs about 500 crore a kilometer, and a tunnel will cost 1,500 crore a kilometer.
Wow. Okay.
That is the statistic.
Very good point. That's why I keep asking what's the cost. But let's come to Revati. And sorry, someone said something? No. Okay. Revati, if you look at, and you say Bangalore Political Action Committee. So obviously you're looking for is the political action meaning the politicians that exist here, or is just a way you describe your organization? And if it is the political action, what do you want as political action to clean up Bangalore and save Bangalore? You might.
Yes, we are a political action committee, not just by name. We engage very deeply with all political leaders. In fact, a year ago, I was on a fireside chat with Deputy Chief Minister. He had made many commitments at that time. It's out there in public domain. But I think we have many problems. I think the intent is good. I think let's talk about some good things that have happened. One is we have one of the most active citizenry who care about the city and who want to contribute their time voluntarily.
Please speak into the mic.
So many people wanting to contribute voluntarily, and there are many citizen action groups. Sometimes, of course, they are not fully aligned, so there are interest groups, and those need to be resolved. But based on all these actions and pushing, about 5 years ago, we had mooted the concept of having an office of sustainability, so that it can drive a lot of sustainability actions throughout the city. Glad to say that with work from various other parties, there is today a climate action plan for the city. There is a climate action cell. Now that's the good part. It lays out various goals that the city has to achieve, both in terms of energy, in terms of water, in terms of waste management, in terms of stormwater, etc., mobility, transportation.
Can I just ask you, does it have any teeth? Because, good intentions...
Yeah. I'm coming to that. So, it's been there. I don't want to downplay the impact of it, because the very fact that it is there, it is starting to function is a good thing. So, any action moving in the forward direction is a good thing. But how will it have teeth? It's very difficult if these kinds of cells are not having any jurisdictional powers over, let's say, a BBMP or a lake management authority or BWSSB or mobility. So it can be a statement of good intention. And then they are doing a lot of good pilot projects involving citizens, involving corporates, asking them to do projects, which is all great, which at least creates a certain awareness amongst corporates, awareness among citizens that various things need to be done. But it falls far below the capability of what such a powerful action plan can really achieve if they had some powers. And what could those powers be? For example, we are very closely working on the Ejipura flyover, which a lot of people here know. Over the last 3 months, BPAC has pushed the government to remove 4,500 tons of debris and garbage lying on the main carriageway in the central area. That Ejipura flyover was 7 years under construction, not seen the light of day. So, whether it is even going to solve a problem today, it is absolutely not going to solve any problem. That flyover is not going to solve any of our commute problems. It's an ill-designed, ill-thought-out problem. But the fact
now,
that...
is there a point there
the fact that 4,500 tons of garbage, and still there is about 20 to 30% still to be removed, could actually lie on the central carriageway in one of the most, a place where all the startups and all the big hubs and are all there, could lie there for 7 years. And the amount of advocacy that we had to do, moving this paper from pillar to post to chief secretaries, it's been a massive effort of several years. minister to chief secretary to commissioner to, holding meetings with the contractor on the site. Actually
no, wonderful work, I think, but of course you deserve a clap at least to get that much of that thing out, on the good side of it.
But the fact is, why is this not integrated with the Bangalore Climate Action Plan? I mean, it's fundamental that 5,000 tons of debris, if this lying on the main carriageway, this is, instead of doing small projects here and there, maybe I will do some greening, I will do a mapathon, I will do... If we take some big, very, very pressing ones, which will create immediate impact, I think the citizens will feel much more
empowered.
But having said that, I must also say, today, for all the wrong things that we do, Karnataka has 65% renewable energy. One of the best in the country.
Well, let's give a warm round of applause for that. Good news is always welcome.
Best in the country.
Right.
We have about
and we had the Deputy Chief Minister mention that solar is one of the best things.
It's always been a front runner, about 55% in Bangalore. So I think there is...
hope, you're saying.
Energy is something I think we have done better than most others.
Right.
But many others, lot of way.
Let me get Vishwanath in at this point, because I think you're now going to be dealing with one of the most intractable problems that Bangalore faces, which is water supply. We all know at one time it used to be a boast that we pumped water up a steep gradient of 100 kilometers. It is a world record of pumping water. We've seen now Kaveri Stage 1, Kaveri Stage 2, Stage 3 coming in. And the fact is we're still short of water and we'll need a lot more water. And yet at the same time, we have a lot of lakes. There's the conservation of water itself within the city. The amount of water flow that exists is not being utilized, and we've seen floods cause that. So, and the Deputy Chief Minister did talk about the fact of a rejuvenation of lakes and seeing whether we can tap the underground water and make sure that they are recharged in a way. So what would your action plan be in terms of ensuring that Bangalore has a sustainable water supply?
So let me just sort of disabuse the notion that there is a water scarcity. We are getting 2,275 million liters per day at the end of the Kaveri 5th phase, which is ongoing right now. We're getting about 800 million liters per day from groundwater. That's 3,000 million liters. There's 80% of that is treated used water, which is roughly 2,000 million liters. So total is 5,000 million liters. That's available to us as a city, right? Now, globally, cities work on 100 liters per capita per day. It's a very water efficient system, which means that we have enough for a population of 50 million, which means we can do all the townships that are needed all across and still be water sufficient. What we lack is an imagination which is based on integrated urban water management, which requires institutional build-up, and we lack financial investments in a sector which is absolutely most crucial for Bangalore. Without investing in water, the city will not survive. With gridlock and transport, we may survive, we may go on, but without water, we won't survive. Let me also point out one thing.
Can I just ask you an ABC question? You're saying that we have enough water.
Yes.
Then why are so many colonies complaining that they don't get water?
Because we don't.
What is the issue?
We don't price it right. See, water is a human right, but we're not pricing it right. And therefore, when we don't price it right, we're not empowering the BWSSB to have enough monies to invest in O&M and capital expansion. What's happened is we're dependent on funds from JICA or World Bank for capital investments in the water sector. The water sector has to become at least independent in terms of operations and maintenance and replacement of old infrastructure, right? So the crucial thing is get the price right. Capture the human right to water.
Now, just when you say get the price right, can you give us a practical example? What is the per unit charge of water? How much are we subsidizing Bangalore water?
Yeah.
And what you think would be the real price?
I'll give you the numbers also. It costs 52 rupees a kiloliter, that's 1,000 liters of water, to get water to citizens, which is just the O&M cost, operations and maintenance cost, right? Now, if you're taking a capital...
52 rupees a liter.
1,000 liters.
1,000 liters.
1,000
right,
liters.
Okay.
What we pay as a domestic resident, I pay 7 rupees a 1,000 liters for the first slab and 11 rupees a 1,000 liters for the second slab.
So we are, even though we might be well-to-do, being happily subsidized by the government.
Absolutely.
Am I right?
Absolutely.
All of us, we look down at the others who are getting the money, but we are basically paying much less for our water.
Absolutely. So a household which consumes 20,000 liters of water in a domestic connection gets a subsidy of 1,650 rupees a month.
if you're in a house in Koramangala or Indiranagar. Those who are in apartments get slightly lesser subsidy because they pay 23 rupees a kiloliter, but still they are subsidized, right? Now, what's
I'm sure this is not a guarantee, Mr. Minister, that you thought when you were giving all the 5 guarantees. You should add in the 6 guarantees. Bangalore is getting 1,600 rupees as subsidy every month, you're saying? Is it? Or a year?
No, per month. Per month, if you consume 20,000 liters a month. So here's the thing. See, if we get the prices right and if we get the cost recovered, which means there will be no sewage flowing in our stormwater drains. All sewage or wastewater will be collected, treated, and reused, right? If we get the price right. So getting the ecological price for water right will save us from environmental pollution. It will release our lakes from pollution through sewage. It will release our groundwater to be used properly. The other last point that I want to make is our institution, the BWSSB, was the first parastatal to be created in India in 1964. Bangalore realized that water needs a specialized agency to be able to pump the 95 kilometers and 300 meters up. Now, we need to make it a well-rounded institution. We have to equip with capabilities of groundwater management, that is aquifer understanding and management.
That's a good point.
And we should equip it with the capabilities of a treated reused water plant. Now, I'll just point out one other thing which we are doing fantastically with water and which we need to do it at a BMRDA scale. We're only now obsessing with the Bangalore metropolitan area, but we need to worry about the BMRDA area because that's where the growth is occurring. Devanhalli, Sarjapur, Kanakpura, you name it. That's where the boom is. However, the minor irrigation department of the government of Karnataka is running the second largest transfer of treated used water for filling lakes in the world, next to Mexico City. If the plants go all to scale, 1,100 lakes will be filled with treated used water, 22 TMC feet of water, which means what's happening now is that these lakes are recharging the aquifers in the places they are getting filled, and they're providing water for agriculture, but also for urban use and as well as Gram Panchayat use. Now, if we systematically develop a plan between the BWSSB, the minor irrigation department, and the groundwater department, then we have water security and climate change security for the entire BMRDA area. This is the potential of Bangalore, and this is the example that Bangalore can set, not for India, for the world. And the only thing we lack is the right institutional architecture, which will run
or
with
the
this
political
vision.
will, if you want to be controversial?
No, not the political. The political will is also there. People want the solutions, but we don't have the institutional architecture to do this imagination at this scale.
I just wonder, okay, what was the per unit charge you were giving Bangaloreans right now?
52 rupees a kilometer.
What would you say would be a reasonable amount? How much more should we increase
if you're getting water from a tanker, you're paying 110 rupees a kiloliter already. You're willing to pay the tanker wala for bad quality water much more than what you're willing to pay the BWS.
No, why I asked that question because it's politically sensitive. For anyone to raise the rates from 10 times, there will be a huge protest from the very people who are getting the subsidy.
The point is that the people who are buying RO water, for example, the poorest in society, because they don't get good quality water, are already paying 250 rupees a kiloliter because you're paying 5 rupees for 20 liters, and that's not water in your home. You have to go on a scooter or a two-wheeler 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer, stand in a queue, fill that up, and pay 5 rupees for 20 liters.
Fair enough. I've got exactly 8 minutes left, and what I'm going to ask you all to do, each one of you all, 2 minutes, okay, to come out with 3 or 4 things that you think, or 2 things if you want to do that you think needs change immediately and implementable, pragmatic starting with you, Naresh.
For a start, the point that I made first, that Bangalore needs a governance overhaul.
Why not a minister? You have a minister. Why can't you make him the parastatical authority for everything that's there?
No,
why do you need a separate...
The ruling party has already made a statement. All I'm saying is please implement what you said in your manifesto. That will make a huge difference to governance in the city.
Got that.
The second is a personal thing. All the time in city we keep talking about solid waste. And there's a lot of effort going on solid waste management. The one great thing that's being ignored in Bangalore is liquid waste, which is actually a resource. You know, the great architect Buckminster Fuller in the US once made a statement saying that pollution is a resource which humanity has not found a way to make money out of. That's all. That's why it's a pollution. If you know how to recycle, reuse, all these are...
And you did, if I recall, that K100 drain.
K100 is a classic example of how you can bring back ecosystem back to life within 2 years. It's almost like what.
But let's give Naresh a really good round of applause for K100. We all know the story, but all credit for that.
It's still 80% there.
Okay.
But
we'll wait to 100%.
But I'm saying that Bangalore, look at the. But I'm saying instead of framing it just as a wastewater problem, Bangalore is the largest city in the world for a reason. It is the largest city in the world not next to a natural feature. There is no river, there is no mountain, there is no sea, there is no nothing. We are actually sitting on top of a ridge, and the land is sloping away. We are actually sitting on one of the highest points of Bangalore.
Right.
The land is sloping away on both sides, and there is no reason it should flood at all. And like what Vishwanath pointed out, all sewage is it's 85% reusable water. Instead of just giving it to Tamil Nadu as a gift every day, we give them lots of about 1,500 liters of sewage gift every day. We give them. Or more maybe.
They don't think it's a gift, but it's okay.
But I'm saying that if it can be that little policy change, saying that
fair enough,
go from a, what do you call it, use cycle to a reduce cycle to a reuse cycle.
Phenomenal. I've got limited time, so Ashish, very good points. Let's give them a round of applause for that. Yes. Ashish, yes.
Yeah, so one is operationalize BMLT, Bangalore Metropolitan Land Transport Authority. The bill is already passed. I don't know why for last 1.5, 2 years we have still not operationalized BMLT. This will go a long way in taking care of integrating the function of
the last mile connectivity is what you're talking about? Why
Bangalore Metropolitan Land Transport Authority.
Right.
The bill was already passed in the Assembly. It's been more than 1.5 years. It's not been operationalized.
Okay.
This would have a long, far-reaching, positive implications on how transport is governed, and we can have a holistic vision for the city. That's one thing. Second is, have a single operating agency for all public transport modes, whether it is urban rail, metro or buses.
So that
the fact that they are running by different organizations creates a lot of complication. Last is a much better and good workmanship of road work by BBMP and uniformity in the geometry of the road works.
Ashish, just a quick, I'll give you 5 seconds, but Naresh pointed out some very hard statistics, and you were pushing for the metro to come in, but he's saying that's the costliest of this thing.
Is the costliest.
Which is the tunnel is the okay.
Tunnel road is the costliest.
So you agree with Naresh on the...
So what I told was a normalized understanding that if you normalize the capacity per unit of investment, you get much higher returns by MRT system.
So the bang for the buck is far more than that one. Fine. Revati, 2 points.
Yeah, I think a lot of work that has been is in progress. I think plans are there. The whole issue is we have very poor execution and we can't see it through. The important thing is the monitoring and evaluation, constant monitoring of whether the job as envisaged. There was a question about political will. I think to some extent there is some political will in at least 60-70% of the cases. At least the 60-70% of the cases, if we have strong implementation of high quality and monitoring of exactly what happens on a day-to-day basis so that the bills don't get passed unless the work is done to the quality and standards. I don't think it's difficult. If Bangalore Airport can produce something so fantastic wherever they make their investments, and if Metro can do it, I think BBMP can do it, BWSSB can do it. I think if the army can do it, we can do it. I think it is within our capability to do it, but I think we have to have proper processes and systems that will strictly monitor. And secondly, the government has to take this climate action plan and put clear goals that on energy, I will reach this sufficiency. On water, I will reach the state. Mobility, I will reach public mobility by so and so date. And then follow through with that and provide a report card every year to the citizens. I think it's most important.
Right. No, very good point. And finally, Vishwanath, your point.
So, very quick, very specific points. I think restructure the BWSSB to get a groundwater cell, a drop and aquifer management plan for the city. Restructure the BWSSB for a wastewater reuse plan and policy for Bangalore, right? Strengthen the pollution control board with a specific focus of getting industrial effluents out of our rivers and out of land. There's a lot of pollution happening from industrial effluents, which is
You mean your
Arkavati,
Vrishabhavati?
and Dakshin Pinakani and Vrishabhavati.
Right.
That's a challenge which is very difficult to handle. And finally, invest 10,000 crores in a sewerage network and sewage treatment plants to put all of that back to reuse.
Wonderful. You know, we've had a wonderful range of suggestions. Exactly what the Deputy Chief Minister wanted. Nagarjun, you know, you're here. He wanted a blueprint for Bangalore. I think we've got a lot of good points for that. We're going to compile each of you all made significant points that I think we need to take note of. And generally, I think we're all a little hopeful that Bangalore will change. We have not lost Bangalore as yet, I would gather.
This is not a city that is a lost cause. All of us are Bangaloreans at heart, and we all love the city to death, though we critique it, but we will stay.
Yes to Bangalore, and make sure we live longer and far healthier and happier. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, speakers. I request Raj sir to stay back and give speakers a token of our appreciation. Thank you, everyone. Our next session is Fireside Chat, Tribal Rehabilitation and Welfare of Adivasis in Karnataka. And I'd like to call on stage the session moderator, Nagarjun Dwarganath, editor, South Bureau, India Today. Nagarjun will be in conversation with Shri Anjum Parvez, Additional Chief Secretary, Forest Ecology and Environment Department, Government of Karnataka. Thank you.
In fact, we have one of the highest ranges of Western Ghats across the country. We have the highest forest cover when it comes to our neighboring states as well. What is the data that the government has on tribal people in the state, and what is that you're doing to protect them and their interests?
Very good afternoon to everybody. And see, the first thing we have to differentiate between the total tribal population of Karnataka and the tribal population which is living in the forest area. So these two bifurcation has to be done at the first point, because otherwise we'll get confused. And if you see the forest coverage in our state, so it's mostly in South Karnataka as well as coastal Karnataka. It may be Uttar Kannada, Mangalore, Chikmagalur, those kind of places. And the figure which is available is that there are almost about more than 3 lakh people living in this forest area. And when I say more than 3 lakh people, I'm not talking about the people living on the periphery of this forest area, but inside the core forest area. Okay. And that's where the problem starts. So, like, if you see the issue of people living inside the forest area, it's not a new issue. It's like a very old issue which the country was facing, and a lot of discussion took place on that.
And I can say only that fortunately in 2006-07, we come up with a very firm policy which was accepted by each and every person in this country, accepted by the judiciary also, and that was our rehabilitation and resettlement policy of the tribal people who are living inside the forest area, and as well as the Forest Right Act. So these two acts has played an extremely important role in solving the issues from both perspectives, from the issue of forest department facing the problem or issues because of that settlement, and even the problem of the people who are living there, which they are facing from the other side. And in that direction, I can say that the government of Karnataka is very, very positive on this issue. And a lot of effort have been made. So for example, if you see the Karnataka case, we have almost about 1,800 tribal hamlets, or you can say habitations, which are part of the, which are living inside the forest area. And as per the Forest Right Act, as well as the Resettlement and the Rehabilitation Act, there's a very clear-cut policy that it's all voluntary. Like, we are not, the first thing is we have to keep in mind that we are not forcing these people to come out of the forest, because they have lived there for years together. They have their culture, they have their own tradition and all those things. So we are not doing that thing, but it's purely volunteer, because that is the priority of the center also, as well as the state government also, that let us give a what I can say, an incentive kind of thing, so that the more and more people can come out of the forest area and be a part of the mainstream, but at the same time not taking them far away from the forest area. So we have two schemes under which the rehabilitation is done. One is that you take 15 lakh rupees per adult of the family and we leave that place, surrender that land to the forest department. And the other one is that we will not give
per family? That
no, I'm talking about if there is 4 adults in the family, so you will get 15 into 4. So it's like goes as per the adult, because some family may have more adult people, some may be having the less. And the second option is that you will be given 3 acres of land, which is cultivable land, and it will be given very close to the forest, so that you are not detached from the your entire attachment with the forest.
But
so
would you also give them some kind of skill development? Because the moment they step out of the forest and into the periphery of the city, but what do they do for the living? So is there any skill development program?
See, this issue of employment for the people who are living in the forest area is extremely important, whether they are living inside the forest or whether they are living on the periphery. So we have to see from two perspectives that how we are handling the people who are living inside the forest area. Now, if we'll see there, I can say that Karnataka is one state which is very, very positive in mind, and we have never treated our people living in the forest area as an alien population or as enemy. So we always treat them on equal footing, and we always want a very, very harmonious relationship, because see, it's a question of sustainability of the environment and the forest and the people living there. So what we do that whenever any activity, economic activity or the developmental activity is happening inside the forest area, we take these people as workers. So suppose if you are going to clear the lantana in the forest area, majority of the people who are working are the people who are coming from these hamlets.
So you deploy them itself?
Yes. So we give the priority to take these people on all the forest activity, labor work which is going. And not only that, in fact, the Karnataka state is so progressive in that way. We have gone one step further. And you will not believe that in the recruitment of watchers, 50% of the post is reserved for the people who are living in those tribal populations. The reason is that you are a part of that ecosystem, and when you are a part of that ecosystem, you understand the area better, you understand the animal better, you understand the activity better, so you can provide a better watch on these areas. Yeah. So this is the kind of thing. But coming back to your second question about the skill development, for the people who are living outside on the periphery of this forest area, we have number of trainings. They are giving the driving training is being given to them. Different kind of skill development training is given to them. They are being formed in a kind of cooperative society to do a different kind of activity and those kind of things. So if you see the forest conservation, it is not only the job of forest department. it seems that it is the forest department who has to do this work, but there are departments like the tribal development. They are playing the major role in the rehabilitation, as well as the local deputy commissioner, CEO, Zilla Panchayat, skill development department. So it's like multi-departmental activity which has to support this activity for the sustainability purpose.
I think that recently the Chief Minister also went to one of the tribal zones in HD Kote Taluk.
Yeah, in fact, the next cabinet of our estate is happening in Hills, and that's the purpose, that let's give those people a sense of feeling that we are with them. And you will see that in those cabinet, a lot of issues which are associated with those tribal people are going to be decided in that thing. So
I want to tell the audience also that same point, that the Karnataka cabinet will be held away from Bengaluru in Chamarajanagar district amidst the forest as well as the tribals also. So that's a great initiative, that the government is willing to go away from the city to hold a cabinet. It's a big posture.
Yeah, and another thing I would like to say that this issue of tribal rehabilitation and settlement of the tribals, forest right, it's very, very seriously being taken by the government of Karnataka. And in fact, the Honorable Chief Minister himself takes the meeting, where all the department people are present, and all the issues are reviewed, like water supply, electricity, whether the people are having the ration card or not, whether the people are part of the democratic system by having the voters ID. So each and every item is reviewed, and there is a committee, separate committee under my chairmanship with other department where we have interaction with the deputy commissioner. So we are trying to assist these people from all angle. At the same time, we want to do the preservation work of the forest department, as well as better development and the protection of the forest department as well as animal, by associating these people. So that's very important.
Many in the hall might have different opinion in terms of ecology and forest and tribal right activists also. How do you balance both? The moment you touch one, the other might get annoyed or irritated because their rights are being taken away. How do you find a balance between the tribal rights as well as still conserving the forest?
See, I told in the very beginning, it's the issue of how we are approaching them. If you are approaching them with a negative mind, oh, these are the people who are spoiling the forest, these are the people who are cutting the trees, so you can never develop that cordial relationship with them. So if you want to work with somebody, first of all, you have to win their heart. Now, how you are going to win their heart? You have to interact more and more with them. So that is the approach that we are following in Karnataka, that we don't want to annoy these people. It's a question of sustainability of human beings, sustainability of the tradition, sustainability of the culture, at the same time, the eco-sustainability. So that's the approach that we are following. And we have different forum in which all these issues are discussed, at the district level, at the Gram Panchayat level, at the Gram Sabha level. All these issues are, and when two people are staying together, one is the forest department and the tribal people, smaller issues are bound to happen. But the issue is that whether we are ready to provide a solution to that issue, and that approach we have in Karnataka.
This morning, sir, during the inauguration, we had the real tribe coming from Kodagu district and performing their folk art here. Is the government also looking at preserving the culture, because it's a big generation they pass on this folk art and culture? Are you also looking at preserving them?
Of course, because see, we don't want to lose this traditional heritage and culture which is coming from the tribal population. In fact, whether we can say a tribal tradition or we can say as a folk culture, is a very much part of our Indian culture, and we don't want to lose that thing. So that's why if you see that when I said in the very beginning that the entire rehabilitation and the resettlement is a voluntary activity, so it's going to be very, very gradual. It's not that one fine day we are going and putting the people in the truck and shifting to the urban area. It's a very, very gradual progress. So the continuity of their art, their culture, their skill, all those things will continue. At the same time, gradually they will also, because see, ultimately we have to think about the education of the children coming from that area. We have to think about the health facilities of those areas. So we are trying to bring the people in the mainstream also, as well as getting attached to the culture. And that's the reason that as a policy, we always rehabilitate them on the outskirt of the main forest. And that's the approach we are following.
you spoke about health and education of the children. Are they receptive towards getting medical health coming out of the tribe and then receiving medical health from the hospitals, especially post the pandemic? The awareness has increased with them?
See, the one thing is that you go inside the habitation and open a hospital there, which will be difficult from the perspective of conservation and preservation. But it's the issue is that what kind of accessibility you are going to give it to these people so that in the need of the time, they are able to reach to these places quickly. So like, for example, as I told you that one of the major priority which the state government has taken is that how to connect all these villages by an all-weather road. And the Rural Development and the Panchayati Raj Department is taking in a big way that each and every habitation, whatever may be the size of that population, it has to be connected with the all-weather road.
Which is good that you're holding the charge because you can see both the sides.
Fortunately, I'm holding the charge of forest as well as RDPR, so
you can see both the sides of the coin. So
exactly. So that's the approach.
You were saying, sir, the Gram Panchayat works to connect every tribe through roads and then bring them in times of emergencies at least.
Yes. So and there are many NGOs and the people who have come forward to establish these health facility and a school inside the forest on the periphery. And they're helping the people in a big way. And we have a very cordial relation with those NGOs because we know that it's not only the government who can solve all the problem. Unless we bring the NGOs in the picture, unless we bring the people who are interested in this kind of activity, then only we can create a proper equation and they can work as a bridge between the tribal population as well as the government. Because many of the places the government is seen as a monster that, okay, government is coming, they will destroy us. So we always keep these NGO in picture in between. You might have heard about Dr. Sudarshan and the kind of work which have been done in that area. So it's mostly in the field of education and the health.
What do they do for their livelihood apart from the government hiring them as watchers or clearing the logs, the dead logs in the forest? What else do they do for the livelihood?
One of the very important thing is that the community right which has to be given to these tribal people, forest dwellers, in terms of their fishing activity, in terms of the honey production. So there are many, we call it as a multi-activity societies, and many societies have been formed, and they are collecting the non-timber forest produce. The right have been given to them, and they are bringing to a place where it is auction, and you'll be surprised to know that in Chamaraj Nagar there is 3 societies which have done a business of more than 1 crore in a single year. So
all from the tribes?
All from the tribes by their own collection. So that's a very classic example that if you give the community right to them and if you integrate with the forest, what kind of economy they can generate inside the forest, which is we feel very happy when I get a bottle of honey from Chikmagalur or Kodagu, but we should think that who has collected these things.
Yeah. In fact, this morning for breakfast, Mr. Raj Chengappa was asking for authentic honey, saying that I don't want any corporate honey, but get me.
That authentic honey you can get only from these areas.
While with that, we come to an end of the session, sir, that Karnataka government is doing much more to the tribal community and trying to preserve their culture and also at the same time giving them education and trying to get medical facilities as well. So good luck to you for future projects of this department, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anjum sir. I'd like to invite Manoj Sharma, CEO India Today Magazines, to hand over a token of appreciation. Next session is e-waste, the mounting threat. And I'd like to call on stage session moderator Ajay Sukumaran, Associate Editor, India Today. And I'd also like to call on stage the speakers. Vikram Prabhakar, co-founder and CTO, Rekyal. Ravi Kumar Niladri, CEO, Pegasus Waste Management. Pavandeep Singh Bawa, VP and Head, Sourcing, Atero.
Hello, everybody. Mic is on. Yeah, good evening, everybody. And you can hear me now? Yeah, okay, I can hear myself. Okay. So now this is a session that actually touches us all very personally, though perhaps we may not realize it. It's because of these devices that we all carry and use and which we cannot live without. You know, washing machines, TVs, everything. When they stop working, end of life, that's e-waste. So a lot of people actually don't know what to do with e-waste. That's probably the biggest problem, not just in India, but world over. Just to give you one small factoid, probably. Sometime in 2019, I think just about 17% of the e-waste in the world was believed to be recorded. And even that was worth about $10 billion. So there's a lot of wealth there, but we just don't know how to crack it. And probably that's what we're talking about this session. I've got my speakers here, and I'll start with Vikram, who's from Recycle. They're a marketplace. They connect generators of e-waste with recyclers and refurbishers. Okay, tell me, Vikram, give us an idea as to what Recycle is doing. First, the problem that you're trying to solve, and how are you going about it?
So Recycle is a tech startup. We are building solutions for digitizing the waste flows across the product life cycle, starting from production, distribution, consumption, and disposal. So what you talked about marketplace is a disposal problem in terms of when material is being sold. Then where exactly should it go is what marketplace does in connecting the waste aggregators with recyclers across the country. But when it comes to actually waste flows, the problem starts right at the production level in terms of any electronics which we use or any production that happens, there is a large-scale waste which gets generated. And traditionally what happens is the books of accounts, the traditional digitization that has happened, only values like whatever is a raw material, like finished goods, products which go into inventory. Whatever is waste is never going into the books. So it is never digitized once it becomes waste.
I think what what he says is, for some product to reach you, there's a fantastic supply chain. From how raw material is mined or produced, the factories that it goes through, the warehouses, the retail shops, and finally you buy it off the shelf. But then when something is leaving you, to go back into that chain, that nothing exists. There is no reverse supply chain, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So what are you doing about it?
So the reverse supply chains need to be built.
Need to be built?
Yeah. Today we are, as a humanity, consuming about 100 billion tons of materials every year.
Okay. And listen to this, 100
billion.
100 billion tons.
Tons of material is extracted, is used every year, out of which about 8% is recycled material, remaining 92% is extracted out of Earth's core.
Wow.
So, and that, like actually, the example which I was giving you about gold, right? If you continue using the gold at the current pace, 17 years, we are out of gold from the Earth's core.
Okay, so here's the other number. There are 52,000 tons of gold resources in the earth. And if we mine at the rate of about 3,000 tons a year, we will have gold reserves to last us 17 years. But from 1 million mobile phones, you can get about 24 kilograms of gold. from 1 million mobile phones, you can get 24 grams of 24 kilos of gold. The Hatti Gold Mines Company, which is the only primary producer of gold in India, it's in Karnataka, by the way, I think they extract about 6 grams from 1 ton of rock. So it's clearly, it's something
and
big.
It just put the perspective of mobile phones. We are a billion mobile phones country, right? Like in the sense, we're using so many smartphones as such per se. And if you're looking at the life cycle of mobile phone, about 3 years, so you're talking about billion phones coming into the market, becoming e-waste. In a few years, kind of, and there's so much material to be mined from there. Gold is the smallest amount of material because it's about 20 milligrams in a phone.
Yes.
But when it comes to other materials, other metals, copper, like silver and everything else, it's much higher.
Right. Okay. I'll just go over to Pavandeep of Atero. Atero, which has a plant in Roorkee, they extract about 22 metals with about 99% purity.
Yeah, 99 plus purity.
So how do you go about it? Could you give us a lay of the land as to how recycling takes place, and what are the new technologies that have come in to help you do that?
Sure. So I'll just start with tagline. It's not waste until wasted. I think so. This is the major aspect which we need to understand. Atero in Latin means waste. That is how the name has been derived, a waste recycling organization. We are the largest recycler of electronic waste in India and most advanced recycler of lithium-ion batteries in the world. Why I'm bringing lithium-ion batteries, your phone doesn't compromise of e-waste only. There's a battery which is a lithium-ion battery which has critical metals. Critical metals like nickel, cobalt, manganese, lithium, graphite. We are the only company in the world which extract graphite and manganese out of lithium-ion battery. That too of the category which can be utilized by the precursors in manufacturing new batteries. And we are supplying those out of the country. On the e-waste side, we are the largest producer with a capacity of 1,44,000 metric tons. The collection mechanism of our works with an experience of 15 years almost, and the plant was inaugurated by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, for which we are very proud. He studied our processes and then agreed to inaugurate our plant. That is the capability from where we come. We have 46 granted patents as on date on the global avenue, another 200 applied for. And we manage the most of the electronic waste in India. Last year, we have saved 1 lakh tons of carbon footprint by recycling electronic waste. We are the only recycling company in the world which has been approved by UNFCCC, which is the governing body for carbon credits. Plus, we have the ISO certification, which is 14064, where we are able to save GHG emissions by recycling these metals in environment-friendly manner. Just to give you an example, the lithium carbonate, what we generate through recycling lithium-ion batteries, it is 99% carbon neutral in comparison to the lithium carbonate which comes from Argentina and all those regions by mining process. If you will see lithium carbonate, it's a water guzzling process. You require 500k gallons of water to extract 1 ton of lithium carbonate. So that is the capability where we come from. We have other sources to help the consumers also. So CellSmart is one of the platform where as on date, everybody has multiple units of electronics which are sitting idle at their place. CellSmart gives you a benefit on the cash as well as OEM vouchers to exchange those products for a value term, which as an Indian, we only prefer. There is a value with any waste we want to sell. We are not keen to move ahead on those scenarios. So I would suggest these are the aspects which help on these scenarios.
Tell us, lithium batteries that you mentioned. So we are right now going through an electric vehicle transition, which means that all the lithium batteries that we're using now, we'll have to recycle them and again put them back into the industry. At what stage are things right now at? How big is lithium battery recycling in India right now?
See, on the number front, it's still on the development phase. The ecosystem is not to the extent which is there in China or the other aspects, if I talk about the European countries.
Because industry is not, the electric vehicle industry is not that big right now, is that why?
See, in India, we do not have the gigafactories which manufacture the cells. We have more of the assemblers, and most of the product comes from China, and subsequently we assemble it and produce a battery pack and move it into the market. Once the ecosystem is developed, if you talk about a gigafactory, at the initial phase of a gigafactory for 5 years, it generates production waste, which is critical metals, around 30% of its capacity.
All right.
And that is a major source of critical metals what you can get, and you can recycle and regenerate metals with a purity of 99% and above. If I just talk about lithium carbonate.
No, when you say this 99%, so what goes into it? What is the process like? I mean, people would probably love to know.
The process is a combination of what we have developed, the indigenous process, and for which we have the patents. It's a combination of mechanical and hydrometallurgic process.
You're just smelting them down.
So initially it has to be broken down. A battery, if I talk about a mobile phone battery, it is broken down. There are two aspects. The metals are segregated, the casing, which comprise of aluminium or SS, and subsequently there is part of plastic in it. So there is anode and cathode inside a battery.
Yes.
A cathode is a combination of cobalt, lithium, nickel, whereas an anode is a combination of graphite basically. Yeah. And there is electrolyte inside the battery. So all this is broken down. The metal part and the plastic is segregated. Subsequently, we are left with a black powder, which is called as black mass in the lithium-ion battery industry. The black mass goes into the hydrometallurgic process, where subsequently, one by one, the extraction of different metals happen, starting with lithium carbonate, cobalt, nickel, manganese, and subsequently, at the end, the graphite is extracted. So this is the process what we implement, and in this, we are able to extract almost 98% and above of the metals from lithium-ion batteries.
Yeah, now, the black mass and the other minerals that he was talking about is what was mentioned in the union budget just last weekend, which means it's that important because everything we're going to be doing in the future will revolve around all these names, right?
100% correct. And in India, apart from Atero, what I feel, most of the players are mechanical recyclers. They only generate black mass and subsequently export out of the country. The export of this creates a lot of challenge. Please try and understand. Firstly, we are buying it from the international waters, importing, and subsequently after that we are exporting the critical metals out of the country. We are paying a higher value. Rather than extracting inside the country, we are able to generate these metals without mining. So it is called as urban mining, what we are doing. Through the urban mining, we get these metals in a much better proposition and of the same quality what we are mining. So we have been supplying these metals out of the country to the gigafactories, where they have made new cells out of these metals of ours, and they perform the same way as the mined material does.
Right, thanks. Okay, I'm going to bring in Ravi into this conversation. Ravi heads Pegasus, and so tell us about the recycling and the refurbishing. By the way, you don't have to recycle everything. If you have a laptop that probably that doesn't work, you could repair it. But if you have a laptop that is working and you don't want to use it, you're upgrading to something else, somebody else could use it, refurbished. Tell us about the things you're doing. And by the way, he's also working backwards, recycling things and selling them back to OEMs. Tell us about that venture. Who will use it as raw material for the new appliances they make, like washing machines?
Yeah. So at Pegasus, this is what we do. We don't try to recycle every end-of-life asset which comes to us. What we do is we do an asset verification test to determine whether it is an IT or home appliance, whether there is any life left in the asset which can be extended. So this is done by us in-house, and what is identified as refurbishable gets into the refurbishment factory, and we have different grades depending upon the age and aesthetics of the particular product. We either just functionally repair it and give it back to tier 2, tier 3 markets where they're not very particular about the looks and feel about the product. For the tier 1 markets, we even go up to the level of painting, packaging, and offering warranty to these products. So basically what we are trying to do is we are trying to extend the life of this particular appliances, which otherwise would just go into recycling and would cause a new product manufacturing for anybody who wants a new washing machine or a laptop. So that is with our refurbishment side of things. And what cannot be refurbished, that is beyond economic repair value, we also try to cannibalize, salvage the parts and offer it to the service markets, which offer services to all our homes where our appliances are out of warranty. They have a problem with it, and the repair person, rather than going and buying a new product, we have new part, so we supply back to them so that the life of the particular product is extended at the home itself before it comes to us. And what cannot be salvaged or refurbished gets into our recycling floor. And what we do is we not only do the deconstruction of these particular machines, we also move to the next level of pursuing the actual circular economy is by giving it back to the OEM who's manufacturing new product. So we are quite successful working with an Indian OEM who manufactures washing machines, refrigerators, ACs in the country. So what we do is we take the scrap aluminum and we make a ADC 12 grade and give it back to this OEM who manufactures new motors for their washing machines. And now they're even trying to create a new grade for themselves so that they can bring down the production costs in their refrigerators also. And also what we do is these plastics, the various plastics that come out of these various appliances, rather than giving it to the traders, what we do is we try to make a compounds and give it back to the OEM so that they can use this with the virgin plastics. And then when they're manufacturing the new product, they use the virgin plastics with the recycled plastics.
Yeah, the important thing that you mentioned was the part you do with actually cannibalizing end-of-life products, so that what you have, the appliances we have at home can live for a little longer. Yeah. All you need is that little part.
Yeah. So for example, if you have a washing machine, as you took already that example.
Yeah.
And if the PCB is malfunctioning in your home, so either you have a choice of buying a new PCB at about 8,000 rupees from a Samsung or LG.
Or a new washing machine.
Yeah. Or buy a new washing machine, right? So you don't want to spend 8,000 rupees for a PCB and don't know how long the particular machine works.
Exactly.
So that's where we've come in. So because all of these things anyway has come to us as an end of life, and we have done the entire testing, and we are confident that this particular part has got life, and we give it back to the market so that this particular machine which is to be repaired and not thrown out.
Yeah. Now, Recycle has something interesting that Vikram was telling me about. So they've trained this an LLM to actually know what, if you have a huge amount of waste that somebody wants to dispose of, what does it contain and what you could do with it. Could you just very briefly explain what you're doing?
Yeah, actually, so we built a product for industrial circularity. So which is, we found that the gap with the industries, enterprises, manufacturing companies out there is that the material, whatever, like waste, which comes as a byproduct, made from every production batch, that is like largely disposed out. And is not like, tracked in terms of where exactly it is going.
There's a whole lot of waste that's just...
Whole lot of waste coming from every batch, every main shift, which is like being disposed out.
Right.
There's no traceability for that. And we have built a product for that. Like, so in doing that, actually what we figured out is that when we're talking to industries also, a lot of times there is only so much time and knowledge in terms of what they can do with that waste. So think about an automobile company discarding off a radiator. They would not know in terms of actually that will eventually become a mixed metal scrap.
Right.
It is not actually sold as like bunch of radiators because there's so many parts which would be coming into a mix, right? So we have created, like we have trained a large language model to create a domain specific model to find out in terms of, to create a reverse BOM out of it, reverse bill of material, to say in terms of what is the breakup of metals, material which is there as a part of this product. It can be...
What can you extract from that radiator?
What can be extracted and what
that's
is...
AI in e-waste.
Yeah, so and what will be the value for it?
Oh, waste. Yeah.
So that's one thing. And if there are different recommendations, then in that case, actually what are the processes that it needs to go through? Basically what really happens is that once you've broken it down to a material level, it becomes a part of basic science. So, and that can be tapped into, there's a huge knowledge base which is out there to figure out in terms of what can be done with it.
To make it into raw material again.
Yeah, make it a raw material again.
Right.
Where exactly can it go? Especially in process industries, chemical industries, there's a huge opportunity out there.
All right. Okay. Now I'm going to ask each one of you, starting with Pavandeep. So what's the biggest challenge in your sphere of work? You'll have to name one point.
See, this is a growing industry and still there are a lot of compliances which is being promoted by the authorities into the picture. But if you'll foresee, we are moving into a scenario where the reverse logistics plays an important role. Reverse logistics is almost 8 times expensive than the forward logistics. So the challenge is the penetration or the collection of this material still is handled by the informal sector and it moves into those scenarios. So I think so that is the biggest challenge which creates for us the availability of feedstock and the source from where it has to be collected.
Okay, for material to come into your recycling plant. What about you, Ravi?
Yeah, the biggest challenge, I think everybody will be saying the same thing, is the collection. It's just like, 85% of the electronic waste generated out of homes and the corporates lands up with the informal segment. And we as organized recyclers, we have to fight with the unorganized sector which operates at a very, very bare minimal infrastructure on the costs. So majority of the times we find it very, very, very difficult to get the right materials to our facilities. So this is where we hope one day, some integration happens between the informal segment and the formal segment.
Right, right. And what would you say? I'm sorry, the question is for Vikram, what would you put at as the challenge that you face?
So the biggest challenge is it's a supply chain problem. Like we were talking about
the reverse supply chain.
Reverse supply chain in terms of the
how waste reaches industry.
Yeah, the industry has spent the last few decades in optimizing on what needs to be produced, how it needs to be distributed, how exactly it needs to get to a consumer. So to the level of the latest innovations like quick commerce. But what really happens in terms of the post-consumption of the material is something which is not yet solved. So that is the biggest challenge. And it is not simple because the materials which we use is very different. The way we treat paper is very different from the way we treat plastics.
Yeah.
And the way a paper is kept stacked, plastic is thrown in dustbin, electronics are kept in a shelf, like portable electronics, right? So it is not disposed out because of a lot of actually awareness issues that it can be reused.
Yeah, one of the things that we were talking about is the deposit refund mechanism.
Yeah,
right?
A deposit refund scheme system.
Which is exactly what we used in the old days. If you bought a Thumbs Up or a Pepsi bottle, you paid for the bottle, and when you returned the bottle, you got your money back on the bottle. That's what should be done for e-waste too, right?
Absolutely. I think
for all kinds of waste.
All kind of material per se.
Right.
So if you're looking at a container, like actually when we are buying that bottle of Coca-Cola, we are treating that as something, we own the content of the bottle, not the bottle itself.
That's right.
So we are giving the bottle back to get our deposit back.
Yeah.
So that needs to be implemented. Those days it was like actually we had to physically go somewhere and do that kind of thing. So it is, DRS enables that to digitize the entire flow so that it becomes a part of the consumer behavior.
Right. So Recycle has done a pilot in Uttarakhand.
In Kedarnath, all the Char Dhams.
The Char Dhams. So it works like this. Any bottle containing a beverage has a QR code stamped on it. Anything that enters the Char Dham area. And when you dispose of it, you take a picture of the QR code and you get an automatic transfer of the deposit. And they know that that particular bottle, plastic, has gone into the bin. And the bin also takes a photograph. So they know exactly where it's gone.
Yeah, so we had implemented it in Kedarnath first. So we won a Digital India Award for that.
Right.
I mean, by Madam President. Then we had implemented it across Char Dham. Now we've implemented it in Bhutan too.
In Bhutan?
Yeah, so in a place called Gelapur Mindfulness City. We are also implementing, working with the Goa government to implement it in Goa.
Great. Okay, we just have just some time for maybe a last comment. I'd ask each one of you, if there's one change that you'd like to see. The reason I'm saying change is because in the field that they're working in, that's going to be how we're all going to be thinking in the future. We're all going to be thinking about how we consume, because mining the earth for fresh minerals is not going to be working out for a long time. We'll have to mine what we have, what we use, reuse and recycle what we already have. So awareness is the key part of it. Like he says, there's a nice route, a supply chain to how things come and reach your houses. You know how to buy things, and it's all, from the store. And there's a very convenient route. But that reverse route doesn't exist, and we need to build it. So what would be one big change that you would like to see in the management of e-waste? I'll go with Parvati first.
So I think so. We are still not thinking about how the inroads has to be made on the consumer aspect. So just giving a picture, we have started thinking and we have implemented a site called SellSmart, where a normal consumer can go fetch a value. SellSmart. So it's basically a portal where you can go sell your old gadgets and get a value for it. A value could be a cash incentive, or it could be a voucher of an OEM associated with us, where you can be given a discount on a new purchase. So I think such kind of models would help you out on the reverse logistics, and would also initiate an awareness that these are products which can be utilized in urban mining rather than sticking to the normal mining process.
So incentivize in that sense.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Ravi?
Yeah, the same thing, incentivize. So right now, who is out of our ecosystem is the producer. So the producer actually generates all these things, but they just consider this as a regulatory...
The producer of a device.
Of a device, yeah. Of an appliance.
Appliance.
Yeah. So they just think right now it's just a government regulation that they have to do the EPR compliance.
They have to meet so many targets of bringing it back. Yeah, but they're not really bothered how it is done. And second thing is, they're not... they don't show any inclination of actually how they can use this urban mined metals and plastics that we are talking about. How it would benefit them.
Yeah, it does not benefit, because they need to make some design changes, because the recycled metal, recycled plastic doesn't actually has the same properties of your virgin metals and plastics. So the government has to pitch in here and come up with some kind of incentive program where the producers think it has been their benefit to adopt the recycled metals and plastics. No matter how much ever we're going to actually recycle and keep it, And if it is not going directly to the OEM, and if it is going to the refinery, it's nothing but a trading.
Yeah, because again, you're going through the same process.
So we need to find a way to reach to the producer.
Yeah, you want to say something?
Yeah. So if we read the EPR regulation, the government has already implemented that by 27, the percentage of recycled metals have to be incorporated in the manufacturing supply chain. May it be for batteries, may it be for electronic waste. So those are the scenarios which, implemented properly, will create a circular economy and help out on those aspects. So I think so those are the initiatives which are on the right direction and would help this industry and to take care of this waste.
Yeah. What about you, Vikram? We've got half a minute.
Yeah, actually, so like both of them were talking about, it's primarily the policy. I've seen this already happening with plastics. So if you look at like prior to extended producer responsibility, what the waste pickers used to collect used to be like bottles and other things which are recyclable plastics. When it comes to flexibles, like which is our lace chips, like chips packets and other things, they're just like left there. With EPR coming in, those are collected because there's a main target which the brands had to meet in terms of collecting that waste. So regulation plays a huge role in terms of how the material is collected back also. Same thing needs to happen with like actually the mandates. We already have this battery mandates in terms of how much of recycled material needs to be used as part of the battery manufactured. Same thing should happen with e-waste. So as it is mandated, that is a lever on the top, like which is at a producer level, and there needs to be a lever at the consumer level in terms of like deposits refund, so that like you know that you're conscious that there is this money which is going to come up,
and you know where to go and
deposit it back, like take back policies.
The problem a lot of people face is they don't know how to dispose of.
Exactly.
All right, our time's up. Thank you all very much. Great conversation, I think. Hope we've learned a lot.
Indeed, an enlightening conversation. Thank you so much, speakers. I'd request Ranjit Sahai, Managing Editor, India Today magazines, to please hand a token of appreciation to our speakers. Session for the day is climate change, local action in a global crisis. And I'd like to call on stage session moderator Kaushik Deka, executive editor, India Today magazine. And our speakers for the session, I'd invite you as well on the stage, please. BP Ravi, IFS, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Eswaran J. Narasimhan, Fellow and Coordinator, Climate Policy, Sustainable Futures Collaborative.
Good evening, everyone. Climate change and action to save climate. It's a global topic. Everyone is talking about it across the world. But every little action, it has to start locally, even if it's a global issue. I'd like to start with Mr. Narasimhan. If we consider Bangalore and Karnataka, could you illustrate with one example that this state has shown on climate resilience efforts, that probably can be replicated across the nation or globally as well?
Thank you, India Today, for having me here. Great question. Definitely, climate change is a global problem, and a lot of the action has to be at the local level. I'll give a very pointed answer to the question you asked on Bangalore and Karnataka. At the state level, Karnataka's renewable energy capacity addition has been a big success story. Of course, a lot of you here know that this 50% of states' electricity capacity is today coming from solar and wind, thanks to a suite of policies that the state implemented, starting with the 2014 to 2021 solar policy and the 2022 to 27 renewable energy development policy, where the state has just recently committed to also adding 2 gigawatts of renewables and doing 10 of those mega projects in the next 5 years, effectively achieving 38 gigawatts of renewables by 2030. And that's an ambitious target. And the target that it set before the state achieved it, I'm hoping that the state will achieve the current target that it is committed to. Coming to Bangalore, of course, the city has a lot of challenges. You all listen to a variety of issues that experts discussed, right from water availability to the degradation of the urban ecosystem here in the city. But the city is also leading on some fronts. I'll provide another very technology-focused example. If you look at Bangalore's bus service, it has about close to 1,000 or a little more than 1,000 electric buses today, and that's second only to Delhi in the country. And the Bangalore Metropolitan Transport Corporation has done really well, making use of central government programs like the one that's run by the Convergence Energy Services Limited, which is a private body tasked with being the program manager for demand aggregation for about 50,000 e-buses in the country. And this city is one of the leaders in making use of that.
That's great to know. Mr. Ravi, when it comes to Karnataka's forest, they play a big role in terms of achieving carbon emission goals and also preserving the biodiversity of this region. Now, from gaining again from Karnataka's experience, how this process, the Karnataka's work in preserving its forests and biodiversity and keeping the state green, that can be aligned with the national goal of that we are targeting about carbon credit and all that, how that can be aligned with the national goal?
After this Paris Agreement, the NDCs have been determined for each state. And as the speaker said that we are doing exceedingly well in the front of this energy sector. As far as the greenhouse gas emissions, there is need to be a bit catching up has to be done. And as far as the forest area is concerned, the first priority is to holding on to the existing natural forest ecosystem. We don't want to lose any forest land further. This is the first priority and the policy goal. Secondly, that actually Karnataka government has been promoting this agroforestry. That means Karnataka Krishi Aranya Protsahana Yojana, where the farmers have been incentivized for growing the tree crops in this agriculture land. You know that we have about 30,000 odd villages. In 10,000 villages, we have the forest areas in the state. In remaining 10,000 villages, we don't have any significant forest blocks are there. Now, these are the areas where these villages are located. These villages are located in the northern plains of the Karnataka. As you come from the south of this Tungabhadra, we have the tree density is very good. But in the north of Tungabhadra, we have very less trees. What is that? How you can increase the tree crops? Whether it's only for the government to increase the tree crops, it's beyond the capacity. What actually our minister is driving the point is that we have to bring a slew of policy measures. Now, one is incentivize the farmers for planting the trees in their tree crops. Second one is actually a policy initiative that look at the existing policies, that what are the policies of the tree cutting permission, transit permission there. For example, if you remove this transit permission, there is an enough area, enough incentivization for the farmers to putting the tree crops in their own land. And secondly, that already we have a Karnataka State Climate Action Plan has been approved by the Government of India. In this Karnataka State Climate Action Plans, we have identified 10 priority sectors. Out of the 10 priority sectors, agriculture is one, and animal husbandry, the horticulture. And in the horticulture, now, it is very heartening to see every year we are adding about 40,000 acres of this actually horticulture crops every year. This is going to offset actually carbon greenhouse gas emissions. And most importantly, that actually the carbon credit, that is actually already there in Chikkaballapura district. Actually, our horticulture department has tie-up with the NAPCON and Rubicon, and about 5,000 farmers are actually listed to grow the forest crops or the horticulture crops. They are going to be incentivized. And second success story, that is very heartening, with the help of this, the Bayer led the entrepreneurial steps in the command area of actually, this is our Tungabhadra, about 6,900 hectares in the districts of Davangere, the Haveri, Vijayanagara, and another district. The farmers have been cultivating this dry, alternate wet and dry cultivation of the paddy. This is a very important role to play, because when you grow this actually alternate wet and dry crops, the number of days actually water they required has brought down from 120 days to the 80-90 days. That much of water is saved. Second one is the methane has been reduced. Most importantly, the nutrient uptake for the paddy is increased, and my farmers are already benefited by 1,000 hectares per hectare. Now it is only a question of that how to upscale this one. This idea is broached at the government level, both agriculture department and this irrigation department, with the help of actually environment department. You have to sit across, talk to all the stakeholders, the policymakers, and you have to bring this one, how to fix a timetable, but bring down this number of water days, wet days. For example, now it is 120 days we require water per growing paddy cultivation. Now if you bring down to the 110 days also, even 100 days also, for that matter, we are going to save about 8 to 9 TMCs of water. This water is very critical for the water supply in the summer days. This is the areas actually this Karnataka State Climate Action Plan is looking into this one.
Sounds very encouraging. Yes, of course, also it sounded like it's so easy to do, but I'm pretty sure there are several challenges, particularly when it comes to public-private partnership in these kind of things. As you rightly pointed out, the government alone cannot do all these things. So what are the big challenges that you face when while implementing all those initiatives and reaching the success?
The challenges before this now, the Karnataka is, after Rajasthan, Karnataka is predicted to be very severe for the water test levels under this our both RCP 4.5 and RCP 8.5. Water is an area of the concern, and we have about 40,000 lakes in the state of Karnataka. Out of that, actually, lakes, when you consider this one ecosystem, how the lakes are working there, we concentrate only on the lake rejuvenation. When the lake rejuvenation is a lake proper, so by rejuvenating and taking up the work in the lake proper, it does not help. But the nalas which bring the water, they are more critical. The problem with this nalas which bring the water, they are not within the minor irrigation department. They are within the actually the revenue department. How to move away from working in the silos or in the sector wise to bring the cooperations for all other departments is very important. That is why now our SR systems, when the minor irrigation department bring over the SSR system, they say that when you define a lake, lake is not only the lake proper, it includes the primary nalas which bring the water. For example, if it is included in this one estimates, then my engineers already covering the psychological points, what somebody is testing, that actually the nalas are more important than the tank proper. And now each department you identify these critical linkages, then actually you have to work with this different departments. And secondly, that as far as the sewage is concerned, in the about 50% of the populations live in the urban area. There is a gap of about 38% of actually gap is there. We are sewage, we are not treating it. That is why all rivers are getting polluted. that we are generating about 3,600 million MLDs of the sewage, and we are treating only about 2,600. There is a gap of 38%. In the solid waste management, there is a gap of about 36%. How to treat this actually solid waste management and the sewage treatment is a challenge before the government, because in the small urban local bodies, we can't create an STPs. Creation of STs requires about 200 to 300 crores of the money. Now that is why very innovative, successful story is there in the Devanalli, nearby Bengaluru. Pickle sludge plant is there. And leveraging the natural advantage is very critical, because we are having a warmer temperatures, and this FSPs need a warmer temperatures. Now in the small cities, how we can implement this FSPs is very critical for treating the solid waste management. They are cost effective. They are only 4 to 5 crores. Unlike our STPs, we require 200 to 300 crores. Thereby, actually, we can address this actually a sewage issue, both solid and this liquid. And already the Environment Department has successfully demonstrated it, and the urban local body is implementing it. How to increase FSPs in the smaller towns is very critical for taking care of this actually this solid waste management, sewage and solid waste management.
Thank you. In the morning, if you have heard, probably the Deputy CM said the garden city is no more garden city. And you also mentioned Bangalore faces several problems, environmental issues. If you have to highlight 3 priorities that Bangalore needs to do, collective effort, I'm not just talking about the government effort, collectively Bangalore has to focus on 3 priorities. What would that be for climate resilience efforts?
Of course, Professor Vishwanath talked about water. I mean, the city is nothing without water, and that's the first issue that is critical for the survival and for the city to thrive. The second issue that I would talk about is even if it's not possible to change the urban design as such for the city today, making the city more walkable, bikeable, clearer footpaths, that does not put anyone walking or biking in danger. Increasing electrified public transit with high density, development corridors that would keep these public transit systems, long-term financially sustainable, is also, crucially important for a city that's expanding beyond 15 million today. I think Professor Verma talked about, when we think about electric vehicles, we only think about cars, right? Most of these solutions come from the global north. A lot of these solutions are very carbon-centric, but we will have to, move from being carbon-centric to more development-centric and urban-centric. And if we think about solutions that are alternative to passenger electric vehicles, that would be electrification of public transit systems, both buses and rail transit systems. The third crucial is the build-out of urban infrastructure, both buildings as well as physical infrastructure. None of the Indian cities today build physical infrastructure that follow the latest flood codes in the country. And what that means is that we are building infrastructure that are not going to be climate resilient to the changing climate. The second important thing is energy efficiency in buildings. A lot of India is yet to be built, right? A lot of Karnataka is yet to be built, and Bengaluru is going to also expand significantly. Having building energy efficiency standards along with incentives to move towards energy efficient forms of building materials and building design is crucial for the sustainability of the city.
You rightly said a lot of India has to be built, and now beyond Bangalore or Mumbai or Chennai, the smaller cities or smaller towns are growing, and no matter how much we curse urbanization, that's inevitable, it will happen. Mr. Ravi, the challenge here is that we cannot ignore urbanization and development At the same time, we'll have to preserve our forest. So basically, there is a huge challenge to balance the two. What is the most pragmatic approach in this? Because ideally, we can say a lot of things, but we need to be pragmatic in this approach. So from the government side, what would be the most pragmatic approach?
We have to work beyond the forest to save the forest. I made deliberately this statement because in Bengaluru, about 10,000 hectares of the reserve forests are there. About 7,000 acres of the forest are located within the BBMP limits. They are all reserve forest, but they are dominated by the eucalyptus canopy. Eucalyptus have been planted in the wild. This eucalyptus don't allow any other tree species to come, and the soil become phenolic. And now we wanted to replace this eucalyptus in the approved working plan with the local native species. This requires the large investment. All these forests are located within the BBMP limit. And when the forest department makes a move to this BBMP, say that people of Bengaluru are benefited by increasing the biodiversity, by putting back to the natural species, but they don't earmark funds because it is a forest department area. That is why when I say that actually we have to work in cooperation with the departments, and also that imagine that we are having a plenty of the sewage water. If I draw this sewage water to the my forest block, we get this actually the nutrients without any paint, because it is rich in the nitrates. My plant's growth would be very high, and we can bring back this actually the diversity by Miyawaki forest and everything. About 7,000 hectares of the forest, 7 acres of the forest, like Kabban Park. Imagine the value of those forests would bring, the infiltration up there, and the climate change answer is actually building up the organic carbon in the soil. The reservoirs of actually this carbon is the soil. By growing the forest, means the perennial forest, the leaf fall will be there, leaf litter will be there forever, and organic carbon will be built up. And that is why actually this is one of the actionable points. Second one is actually bringing more trees, planting more trees in the farmlands. For that policy is required, for that incentives is required. The trees numbers have to be increased in the agriculture land. That is the only area that is available, because there is no government land, only the forest land. Already the forest department has taken care of that one. To increase the tree cover or the forest cover from the present 22% to the national expected about 33%, only the agriculture land, about 142 million hectares, that is there available. In Karnataka, it is about 14 million. That land actually you have to capture by our imagination, and also encouraging the farmers to grow more tree crops. And it is a climate resilient also. If the agriculture crops failure, at least there are some crops to take care of the farmers' income.
Now, when it comes to climate resilience efforts or climate action at individual level, it sounds very overwhelming. People talk about doing something collectively, but at individual level, people's contributions, if you look at, it's not always consistent at least. So, apart from this conference talks, how can it be made, if you can illustrate with examples, it can be made daily, part of daily actions without even people feeling so?
I mean, this is a difficult question. Individual level action is one of the most difficult things to do, because changing behaviors, it's hard, but it also has to be done. For a problem like climate change, which is rapidly moving towards the tipping points, action has to happen at a large scale, and that's quite important. But at an individual level, we've heard about all of these in various forums about reducing consumption, reusing and recycling any product, anything that we consume today. And just doing that is going to reduce the impact of human footprint on the state of environment. I don't know if that's going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, right? Greenhouse gas emissions is what causes global warming. But reducing the impact on the environment, having a good environment around us and ecology around us is going to make us more resilient to the changing climate. And I think as individuals we can contribute towards that. And in terms of having a lower emissions footprint, of course tolerating a couple of degrees of higher temperatures during summer without turning on the air conditioner is one example. Trying our level best to take public transit as and when possible is another example of reducing our individual carbon footprint per capita.
Thank you. As it happens with any multi-session conclave, the moment you warm up to the discussion, the time is up. So we'll have to wrap this up. Thank you so much for being here and for your insightful thoughts. Thank you. Thank you for speaking to India Today.
Thanks for your time. I'd like to call on stage Suparna Kumar, Chief Operating Officer, India Today magazine, to give a token of appreciation. With this, we reach the end of this conclave. We hope you enjoyed the conclave, found the conversations meaningful. I would like to invite Shri Eshwar Khandre, Minister of Forest, Ecology and Environment, for his closing and concluding remarks, please. Thank you.
Good evening, one and all. Again, I would like to welcome two of my friends, Sri Ganesh, MLA from Chikkodi, and Sri Priya Krishna, MLA from Bangalore. They are here with us. What a day it was. So many eminent people coming here and talking about so many important themes. All of them with good intentions and wanting to make an impact on the environment scene of our beloved city, state, and the country. Today, we saw a lot of eminent people from multiple fields within the governance and environment domains come here and speak from their hearts about their goals, ideas, and vision for climate change mitigation, sustainable development, environment protection, conservation, wildlife protection with special emphasis on tiger protection, man-animal conflict resolution, solid waste management, e-waste management, etc. All the way to making our capital city, Bengaluru, an environmentally safe and sustainable city to live in. The ideas shared and discussed by the eminent speakers today have definitely enlightened all of us. I myself have got a lot of knowledge and new ideas by virtue of simply being here and listening to the speakers speak. I am hoping to use those ideas and knowledge to help run my ministry better with more efficiency and efficacy. Thank you to all the speakers for making this program a grand success. Thank you for enriching us with your knowledge and ideas. I would especially like to thank Honorable Chief Minister in absentia and Honorable Deputy Chief Minister for taking time out of his busy schedule to grace this occasion and for sharing his thoughts on improving Bengaluru's environment situation. And lastly, I want to commend the organizers, especially the India Today group. Sri Raj Chengappa ji is here, Nagarjun ji is here, all the team members are also here, CEO has come, and our ACS, Sri Anjum Parvez, he also came and participated in the conclave. The India Today group for job well done for organizing this wonderful conclave and getting these eminent people together. It was a privilege being a part of this conclave. Also, I'm hoping that this conclave becomes an annual affair in our city, starting with this mega event. I would like to conclude by again thanking all the speakers, bureaucrats, organizers, delegates, officers, and everyone present here for this occasion. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka. Thank you very much.
And on that note, indeed the conclave is concluded with the minister's words till next year. Thank you so very much. India Today team, please join us on stage in a moment for a photograph or a group photograph later. Yes. With the minister. With the minister? Okay. With the minister. With the India Today team, can you, all of us, can you please gather on stage at the earliest?